Welcome, everybody. Welcome to those in the gallery. And also like to take the opportunity to introduce our new CEO, Brent Williams, his first council meeting for the next 10 years. Just saying. Okay, so I'd like to call the meeting to order and ask if there's any items to add to the agenda. Not seeing any. A motion to adopt the agenda as circulated. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh. I would make the motion that we adopt the agenda for Council Policies and Priorities Committee regular meeting for Monday, June 6, 2022.
Thank you. All in favor? That motion's carried. Thank you. The adoption of previous minutes. Mayor Judy.
I so move the adoption of the minutes of May 2nd, 2022. And I believe the CEO will speak to some housekeeping items.
I have some notes here of some page 6. The Cape is missing a at the end of Alberta.
Yes.
And in 7B, brought is missing a T at the end of brought.
Yes, and also that's fine, thank you.
Okay. Any other errors or omissions noted?
That's as amended.
Yes. Okay, not seeing any. A motion to adopt the minutes as amended. Or, sorry, getting ahead of myself. All in favor? That's carried. Okay, we're moving right into the presentations. And we have a delegation from Kevin O'Dwyer. If you'd like to approach the podium.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Deputy Mayor and Council. My name's Kevin O'Dwyer. I just recently moved to Olds in April, and I wanted to speak to you about the large green bins that we all see around town here. Upon moving to Olds, I found 3 of these large green bins located next to my house on the road, next to the sidewalk, which is right beside the side of my house and my rear deck. When we moved here, we believed that those green bins were going to be there from the town to help with the spring cleanup. We called the town, though, and were told that they were actually going to be there until November. Therefore, that would include the spring, summer, and fall. We were going to have these green bins right next to our house. So I did then speak with Scott Grayco, the Director of Operations for the town, and was advised that the current location was already advertised on the town website and that the location was legal as it was on public road, which of course makes perfect sense. Scott and I discussed options and felt worthwhile coming and speaking with you folks here today. The green bins, from my understanding, are to be emptied on a weekly basis, and so far we have found that to be true, and are for grass clippings only. Written on the bins themselves, it indicates that sod, soil, tree branches, etc., and household compost is not to be placed in these bins. In speaking with a commercial lawn keeper, I was also told that commercial companies are also not to use these bins, and they are for local residents only. Due to construction just west of my residence, traffic barricades and needed access to the area dictates that one bin is placed in front of the other. There's 3 bins there in total. So the one bin is in behind 2 other bins. Since moving here, we've observed numerous obvious commercial companies dumping grass in these bins, and they show up with truckloads of grass, often with one company completely filling the bin at a time. I had asked Scott to come over to my house to discuss possible alternatives, and he had also witnessed a commercial company dumping garbage can after garbage can of grass into these bins. The other issue is no one can be bothered to close the lids on these bins, causing the grass and dirt to blow all over the side of my house and back deck, making it extremely difficult to maintain a clean and tidy property, as well as making my back deck virtually unusable. I have to go and close the lids myself on a daily basis as they're all left open. When the bins do get dumped, the driver dumps the back bin but simply rearranges the second front bin so that the third bin is only dumped every second week. So there's one bin that's always full. Also, when the truck does come and dump, there's a tsunami of grass and dirt that blows all over the side of my house and deck. Sometimes it is so bad, it's like a sandstorm you see in the movies. In regard to residents using the bins, only 1 out of 10 walks to the bins, and the other 90% plus drive up to the bins in their vehicles. If already most people are driving to the bins, why not place them in a central location versus all over town? 49th Avenue along the rail tracks has cardboard and other recycling. Why can't the bins be located there? If they are emptied on a weekly basis, as they are now, there would not be any smell, as well, would be more cost effective, as the truck would only be driving to one pickup location and not having to drive all over town. Further, when it comes to the usage of these bins, several contractors and residents have been observed placing large amounts of soil, dirt, sod, entire trees, branches, and even stumps I've witnessed them placing in these bins contrary to the signage. As well, the construction crew behind our house has been observed throwing their fast food lunch garbage in these bins, making them basically a garbage bin. In regard to the individual green carts, I've noticed very few homes placing these carts out for pickup. I counted about 1 in 4 homes on my street, and I drove around the neighborhood and saw similar numbers. This would indicate to me that people are not composting kitchen household waste and are only adding to black cart waste. A study done by the City of Leduc when they began composting found their black cart tonnage reduced substantially, saving the city money. The City of Leduc picks up green cart every second week in the winter and every week in the summer. Innisfail picks up green cart weekly in the summer and every 2 weeks in the winter. Didsbury picks up the green cart every 2 weeks in the summer. I am aware of the survey done by the town of Olds and suggested an $8 fee for the extra green cart pickup, which was not acceptable to the residents of Olds. I would like to suggest that if you remove the cost of the large green bins and associated cost of emptying these bins weekly, as well as a reduction in the black cart tonnage by having people composting, the town would be able to pick up the residential green carts on a weekly basis, like the surrounding communities, and not only have to not change or not charge an additional fee, but in fact would save money overall. My worst case scenario would be to have only 2 bins next to the house, as the third one is hardly ever dumped, and it only is dumped every 2 weeks. My best case scenario would be to move these bins to a central location or to return to a weekly green cart pickup during summer months, again, encouraging composting and a reduction in black cart refuse. Thank you for your time and consideration.
Thank you very much, Mr. O'Dwyer. Nice presentation. I'm going to ask administration to speak to this first before I open it up to council. Scott, would you like to share your experience?
I can speak to the results of Mr. Dwyer, Kevin's presentation. I did go out and pay a visit to the location at Kevin's place. We did observe on the walk back a number of things, that, including the dumping of a contractor that came in. I did not see which contractor was not in compliance with dumping the refuse in there. However, what we have done in the meantime, we did put out a Did You Know on May 17th. There is an overall compliance that doesn't happen within our community when it comes to compost. I don't believe we've ever done a typical study that would account for how much compost is being put into the black bin program. That would be extremely labor intensive to do a program like that, where we could talk possibly to our contractor and maybe get the measurement of how much compost is sent basically in the black bin program. Other things with respect to Kevin's presentation, we did have the conversation about the respondent when they went out for community engagement back in 2021. It did come back overwhelmingly that 65% of residents and 1,468 responses came back with they did not want to pay the $8.60 extra. And so that would be my response through the chair.
Thank you, Director Greco. I'm going to open up. Does council have questions? Councillor Ryan.
Well, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Walsh. I was wondering, through you to Mr. O'Dwyer, whereabouts do you live, sir?
I live on Wingham Close, just off Winter Drive.
You, I guess I'm just wondering, is that sort of a very small, I'm not quite familiar with the close, so is there only a few houses? And perhaps Director Greco, you can answer the question with regards to the number of bins in his, because you didn't speak to that part of the pickup and whether or not they are shuffling them around.
Yeah, so there are two of the bins, basically because there's construction. Two of the bins are kind of close together, and that would be for means of getting traffic in and out because there's quite a bit of construction in the area.
Councillor Wilson, then Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh. I just have a question from Mr. O'Dwyer. How close are these bins to your house? How adjacent are they?
Two of them butt up right to the curb, and so there's the curb, the sidewalk, and then about 10 feet, and then my house.
Councillor Ryan.
Yeah, thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh. With regards to the three bins, then, have we looked at moving any of these? Maybe just leaving one bin there and moving them to somewhere else?
And when we did the site visit, those bins in particular, they are used quite a bit. Not sure what would happen with respect to the frequency. So if we do remove one of those bins, we may have to increase the frequency at which we go there. We did also look at an alternate location for the bins. I believe that was right across from Holy Trinity. That is not an ideal location because that is not property owned by the town, and the removal trucks would have to be blocking the roadway in front of the school. So that was not a reasonable alternative to have the bins placed as well.
Councillor Blatt, you had a question. Oh, sorry.
I just wondered if I could make just a quick response
Sure,
to
go
that as
ahead.
well. Just that I don't know that a lot of the commercial companies are using those bins. Like we see this on a daily occurrence. They're coming with truckloads of grass clippings. When it's the locals, they're coming with their one bag or from their lawnmower, and they're dumping that. I don't know that one bin would probably be sufficient if it was for the residents. But it's the commercial users that are coming. I mean, we had a tractor come one day. He came 4 times and dumped massive amounts of grass into the bins, filling it up. And then another truck came. He had a minimum of 10 large garbage barrels filled with grass that he put in there. If the commercial companies weren't dumping in these bins, I mean, they're receiving remuneration for going out and doing lawn removal, and then they're using a bin that's supposed to be for the residents of the neighborhood. So they're taking up all the room. You see residents coming, and there's no place to put the grass. The bins are full, and the lids are coming open because they've been filled by a commercial company. If the commercial companies were stopped from doing this and one bin was there, I would suggest that there would be plenty of room for the local residents, which is what those bins are there for in the first place, is my understanding.
Thank you for that. Councillor Blatt.
Thank you so much, Deputy Mayor Walsh. Councillor Ryan, in her second question, actually asked one of my questions as well, as I was going to ask about the relocation of those bins, because I happen to know exactly where they are. And they are not in a convenient place in my mind for this gentleman or for other neighboring houses as well. So I would suggest that perhaps we look at this, again, with our contractor perhaps, and with our operations department, and maybe it would be better to move them over to 49th and just leave one there. I mean, we can't really stop the commercial abuse from it there, but at least then it might reduce the problems that you're having and the other residents in the area. So that would be my suggestion. And as we're having service level review coming up right away, I think we'll have to have a very fulsome discussion again in regards to our 3-bin system.
Thank you for that, Councillor Platts. And thank you, Mr. O'Dwyer. Would it be possible for you to leave your presentation with our legislative clerk? That would be helpful.
Yes, certainly. I'll just leave what I wrote out for it.
Thank you very much.
No, I have it. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. Anybody wanting to entertain a motion to accept Mr. Dwyer's presentation? Councillor Blatz, go for it.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh. I move that we accept for information Mr. O'Dwyer's report on, or presentation on compost and the green bin situation. And I strongly suggest that we will discuss this with our service level review, if possible, through administration. And thank you, Mr. O'Dwyer, for your presentation. It was very informative.
Thank you for that motion. All in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you for your attendance. Seeing that our next delegation is a little later in the day, we can move to 4A. Welcome, Staff Sergeant.
Good afternoon. In your council packages, you would have gotten a copy of the RCMP Municipal Policing Report for Quarter 4 of 2021-2022, which is for the inclusive dates of January 1st of 2022 to March 31st of 2022. Just in summary, so I'm not reading everything verbatim here. On the first page, it discusses community consultations. Normally, and in months past, I've been here now pretty close to a year, we've had fewer community consultations and fewer community engagements, just in that we haven't had the luxury of having our community resource officer. Now, our community resource officer does about 75% of these. That being said, I do the other 25%, and when they're not here, I do them all, which means I do fewer. So I was able to mark down a few of the things that I was involved in within the town of Olds for those 3 months, which includes, of course, presenting to council and 3 police advisory committee meetings. That being said, I can already tell you Quarter 1 for this year has already been a little more fruitful. On page 2 is community priorities with regards to crime reduction and habitual offender management. In the 3 months, there were 5 subjects under charge and enforceable judicial conditions within the town of Olds themselves, and of the 5, there was 7 curfew and compliance checks that were completed. With respect to road safety, just within the town itself, 32 traffic tickets were issued by the RCMP. There were 2 check stops, and although there were no criminally charged impaired drivers, there were 6 that were taken off by the mandatory alcohol screening program with immediate roadside provincial sanctions. Now, just to explain that a little further to council, before we had this tool at our disposal and using this piece of provincial legislation to go strictly with criminal investigation, which led to criminal charge, the process in itself would take substantially longer. It could take a police officer, actually 2 police officers, up to 3 hours off the road just to deal with one impaired driver. Whereas when we're dealing with drivers that are showing impairment, and in this case, a lower level of impairment, we're able to deal with them much more efficiently, and we can have that police officer back on the road within an hour, and just one of them. So it's become a very useful tool for us to just be more so on the road and interacting with the public than being tied up. Just speaking to community engagement, there were other meetings that have taken place the last 3 months and then since the end of March with respect to myself meeting with Child and Family Services, Mental Health and Addictions, the Women Emergency Shelter Victim Services, and of course the Police Advisory Committee, which we tend currently meeting almost monthly. Further, with the 5th wave of COVID behind us and hopefully no more, there'll be more future community events for us to participate in. I was involved in a function at the college this weekend, as well as we have a show and shine coming up on the 18th, which we intend on having some presentation there. So, page 3, visibility. We did actually in the month of January, January 31st to February 5th, we ran an operation called Project Cool Start, which we also did in the community of Bowden. We did that with the community peace officers in conjunction with, and what it involved in is getting up early in the morning and checking people's vehicles that were running in their driveways to see if they were locked or not. And the purpose wasn't to necessarily make light of the situation. It was more education in the event that we did come across an unlocked vehicle, that we would simply knock on the door and advise them that, hey, this is an opportune time for a thief to come along and take your vehicle while it's warming up. We offered other suggestions like maybe getting a command start or potentially 2 sets of keys. I can tell you in the town of Bulls itself, we had a very, very low rate of unlocked running vehicles. So it was very nice to see. Page 4, in terms of the statistics, as normal, I usually go through them in advance just to see what's high, what's low. They vary from quarter to quarter. You can see that persons crimes is up 58%. Persons crimes, assault, threats, things of that nature. But then going to this other piece of statistics here, looks like this. I was going through that, and just comparing ourselves to last year and the 3 years before that, we haven't really jumped up in terms of the numbers, maybe in terms of the percentages, but not the numbers themselves. For example, sexual assaults reported to us this past quarter were 6, so about 2 a month. But if you look at the year before, it was 4. So we jumped up by almost 100%, but we're only talking about 2 complaints. Similarly with assaults, we jumped up from 11 to 16, constituting a 33% increase. So the percentages are a bit of a little bit misleading when you're dealing with very low numbers. Aside from that, and there may be questions pertaining to the statistics themselves, but there was some other things in your package that I did send. One is the new RCMP app that's been posted. And it is a way for the RCMP to use technology to our advantage, allowing citizens to report crime, contact a detachment, learn about the crime rates and more by simply downloading the app. And I don't believe there's a subscription fee. I think it's free for all residents. And there was also another piece about the body-worn cameras that are eventually coming that haven't arrived yet. And I have no date on that. That's the summary of my report, but I'm happy to answer any questions the council may have.
Thank you, Staff Sergeant Wright. Do we have questions? Mayor Dahl.
Thank you very much for sharing that. In your letter, Staff Sergeant Wright, addressed to myself, at the bottom of the letter here on page 25, you state, "I solicit your support to remind all of your community members that social media posts or use of other third-party crime apps are not appropriate ways to report crime." Can you speak a little more to that, please?
Absolutely. This letter was largely created by K-Division and provided to me to amend as per the needs of the community. So those are their words, not necessarily mine. I think because just understanding the nature of the question, quite often when people are reporting crime without speaking to a human being, they're not providing us with all of the necessary details that we require to start an investigation. So even though this app is out there for people to report a crime, chances are there's a good chance that the information that they do provide is not enough to us, and we'll have to get back to them anyway. So I think what that meant was that we were still encouraging people to contact our dispatch centers or our detachments and speak to a person, just to make sure it's comprehensive.
Councillor Deagley, then Councillor Platts.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh, and to Staff Sergeant Wright. You had mentioned the person's crime in your report being up 58%. In your view of this increase, do you feel that that's kind of still a carryover from the COVID, or is this more of a public act that's happening, or is it more of a domestic act that's happening? Where do you see the increase happening here, or even the majority of these crimes?
I appreciate your question. I think it's all of the above. I think that we're still dealing with 2 years of COVID, people being cooped up, economic problems at home, relationship problems stemming from that. That's part of it. I also think that there's just a small variance from quarter to quarter in terms of reporting. And again, just looking at on the other stats sheet, I mean, we aren't dealing with that much of a leap. Percentage-wise, yes, but going from 4 to 6 complaints of sexual assault is not that much of a huge variance. So I think yes to all of those points. A lot has to do with also being maybe the winter months versus any other season, and people being cooped up at home and not having a lot to do to get out and sort of expend excess energy.
Thank you.
Councillor Platts, then Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh, and through you to Staff Sergeant Wright. I think a little further too along to the social media discussion that we had. Quite often we've seen comments and particularly video footage on Facebook with attempted crimes, attempted break-ins and those types of things too. And I think those individuals should also be encouraged to contact the department directly rather than use Facebook as that medium to think that they can either, I don't know, solve the crime, or they think they're going to garner the attention of the RCMP. I think that they should really be directly going to the detachment.
I agree with those comments. We do find that there are a lot of issues that do come up on social media through whatever various pages that are out there, and it seemed like they're expressing the fact that they had reported their concerns and crimes to the local detachment, but when we check into it, they had not. So certainly continuous encouragement for them to go through conventional reporting systems will be of great assistance.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh, and thanks for the presentation. Staff Sergeant, I just had a question, maybe a second one. My first one relates, though, to the town priorities for policing, and can you share any comments there, or what that's next steps in the process looks like, perhaps around policing strategies, tactics? Maybe that's something you can't share, or you would at a future date, but just wondering relative to the three indicated priorities for the town, what the process looks like as far as dealing with those. Thank you.
Excellent question. And I have been obviously reviewing the priorities that were received to me on March 14th. And as a result, I was able to enter that into the program. Now, just to explain a little bit further, the way the drop-down menu works is I have to select something that's as close as possible as to what you're asking for, and they don't match totally, but it is the same thing, I assure you. In terms of the programs that will be, and initiatives and activities that will be supporting your policing priorities that we'll be addressing within the town, I will be addressing those. I just didn't prepare any information for that, but I'm more than happy to appear again before council and explain what I've done and what we're going to do to address those. I would like to say, though, I did add an additional one. The three that I received from the town were crime reduction initiatives, community engagement and visibility, and the third one was domestic violence. I added and mental, sorry, just bear with me for a second here, mental health. Because I felt like, and alluding to the response letter that I got from the mayor, I felt like they were interconnected. So we'd like to address those together.
Thank you, Staff Sergeant, and I wholeheartedly on board with the addition of the mental wellness, mental health. I know we did have a discussion about that particular matter item around council, so good to hear.
Councillor Daly, then Councillor Cummins.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh, and to Staff Sergeant. Could you give us a bit of a update on your complement of your membership and you know, if there's any vacancies still and or whether they're going to be filled and that type of thing? Thanks.
I have excellent news for you, Councillor Daly. I am very happy to let you know that we've had some vacancies, and we are now getting inundated with new members. First, and not necessarily least, the sergeant's arriving. He's arriving this week. He did buy an Olds. We're very happy about that. And he'll be marching with me on July 1st on Canada Day. So his first official day, though, will be July 4th. And then in August, I'll turn the keys over to him while I take a little bit of a break. So very, very happy, very excited he's starting. And again, very, very experienced. I believe he's right around 25 years of combined policing experience. He started off as a Halifax regional police officer, and he's been with us for about 15 years, and comes from us from Fairview, where he was the sergeant detachment commander. You don't have to be a staff sergeant to be a detachment commander. It depends on the size of the detachment, which tells you what rank that detachment commander is. So he has some experience with council and everything like that. So we're pretty happy about that. We are, Sean Morgan is leaving us. He's been here for 9 years, and he's being replaced by Leif Svensson, who's a corporal currently attached to the emergency response team in Calgary. So he'll be bringing with us that wealth of tactical knowledge and experience, and we're hoping to do some on-site training of our members. So we're very excited about that. We also are receiving an additional, well, not an additional, but we're receiving approximately 5 constables in the month of June and July, one of which is a cadet out of Devil. And I believe he's coming from Ottawa originally. But the rest are coming from various points, such as Manning, Mayor Thorpe. Is the other one? And one's from just outside of Halifax, I believe. Did I say 5? I meant 4. Just counting the corporal. So we've got a bunch of new members starting. We're really happy about that. And then in terms of our community resource officer position, we've had to look at advertising for a replacement. So we're moving ahead with that. We did have a couple members lined up that had expressed interest in coming here and doing that job, but then when approached and asked directly, they declined. So now we're having to go do a regional advertisement, and in all likelihood, somebody will accept it and move here. So.
Councillor Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Quick question. I got 2 questions. Just a clarification on how the statistics are put out in the crime stat breakdown on page 34 there. So under the column 2022, is that the fourth quarter of 2021 stats only? And are we comparing that to previous years in the same quarter?
Just need to grab my sheet because I don't have 34, but I do have a sheet.
Yeah, sorry, 34 in our package there.
Okay, so.
Absolutely. So the column that is 2022, is that the January, February, March 2022? And then are we comparing January, February, March of the previous years?
That's correct.
Okay. So if I can with a follow-up, Mr. Chairman. Thanks. If we can look at the arson line. In 2020, we were victimized, I guess, in the town of Olds by a serial arsonist, who I believe is not in town anymore. But I noticed our increase in arson again in 2022. Is there any concern that that's the same fellow?
That's a very good question. That matter is currently under review. We do have a person of interest in mind. We are definitely examining that person with the behavior of 2 years ago. And like I said, it's currently under investigation, but it's a consideration.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh, and just a further question to the staff sergeant. I'm looking at page 32, the financials. I'm wondering if you could comment just a little bit, high level, or drill down. But I have just a question around the overall position, revised plan at Q4 relative to, I assume when it says 2021-22 financial plan, that's the target or the budget, I assume. And I'm looking at the pay and overtime, and it seems that we're understaffed, vacancies with personnel, correct me if I'm wrong, but our pay is trending higher, and I'm just wondering what the driver is there. Are those pay adjustments and so on, or anything else?
And I'm going to speculate on the answer because I'm not 100% sure. It wasn't explained to me. I do know that our pay, we did get retro for years past, so that could be part of the increase. In terms of the overtime, we've had some vacancies in the past which we've had to fill if we couldn't reschedule with overtime, which increased our overtime budget across the map, both municipally and provincially. But in terms of the increase in pay, I would speculate that's due to retro.
Mayor Dahl.
I was prepared to make a motion, so I see Director Andrew would like to say something.
Okay, go ahead, Director Andrew.
Thank you, and just to help add to Councillor Wilson's question, is the one piece that is tied with the overtime rates is that when there are the soft vacancies of members, then overtime is required to fill staffing, but where the municipality does see cost savings if somebody is vacant from a position, where when they reconcile at the year end, then we will get some of the budgeted money for salaries back. So the overtime and that number don't necessarily tell a really clear picture in this context, if you will, but there is some balance. So soft vacancies equate to more overtime, but it equates to lower charges for the generalized staffing, if that satisfies your question.
Okay, Mayor Dahl.
You, if there's no further questions, then, Deputy, I will make a motion, please. I move that council accept for information the Olds RCMP fourth quarter report as presented, and further council recommend the mayor complete the RCMP acknowledgement of consultation for fiscal year 2022-23 community priorities with signature, because it is not signed to date. And that's page 39.
Thank you for that. Okay, motion's on the floor. All in favor?
Thank you.
That's carried. Thank you, Staff Sergeant Wright. So I guess we can stay in reports. Olds Aquatic Center, annual report. Director Wagstaff.
I'd like to introduce Michelle Schumard, the supervisor of the Olds Aquatic Center, who will present to council today.
Welcome, Michelle.
Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here today to present this presentation. Okay. The mandate of the Olds Aquatic Center is to provide a safe, enjoyable aquatic experience for the citizens of Olds and surrounding communities. This is achieved in part by maintaining a nationally certified staff of lifeguards and instructors able to provide a full complement of supervised aquatic recreational activities. The Olds Aquatic Center consists of a 5-lane leisure pool, an adjoined top pool, a 16-person hot tub, and an 8-meter high water slide. Some examples of some leadership training include the bronze medal programs, the National Lifeguard, and in the fall we will begin offering the life-saving instructor course. Next. Some highlights of 2021. We ran a facility grand reopening on July 24th with 35 in attendance, a Halloween swim on October 29th with 57 in attendance, and a Westview Co-op sponsored Grinch Christmas swim on December 17th with 89 in attendance. We had a good turnout for both the Halloween and the Christmas events, even with the REP protocols in place. New to the pool in 2021, Alberta Water Polo Association launched a new program called Swim Like a Dolphin. This program is for children ages 6 to 12. The program incorporates learning basic swimming skills with learning water polo. There are 2 levels, from beginner to experienced, to suit any child's needs. The preschool levels are for children from ages 6 to 12 with limited swimming ability. In these levels, they learn floats, flutter kick, front and back swims, as well as dribbling the ball, kicking while holding the ball, and throwing the ball. In the the junior levels are for children from ages 8 to 12 who can swim a minimum of 25 meters and tread water. In the junior levels, they advance to learning strokes, egg beater kick, passing and catching the ball, holding the ball above their head while treading water, sportsmanship, and fair play rules. Okay. We have had other organizations from Airdrie, Carstairs, and Crossfield, for example, reach out to us looking to book time at the pool. Okay. For Olds College programming, some examples of the programming we ran were volleyball, movie night. We showed Jaws for the college Halloween swim, water gun fun night, dodgeball, a welcome back rodeo swim, and an end of the year luau swim. We have seen an overall increase in usage of the pool by the college students in this past little while. We have no baseline, but observation over time is greater utilization of the pool by the students, and we have been collecting data since fall of 2021. Coming in 2022, the Red Cross has announced They have made the decision to wind down their involvement in all swim and lifeguarding programming in order to direct more attention to surging humanitarian demands in other areas as of the end of 2022. So what does this mean for the Olds Aquatic Center? We will be switching over all of our lessons to the Life Saving Society's Swim for Life program. Throughout the summer, the staff will transition their certifications and familiarize themselves with the new lesson programming. We will change over all of our lesson programming and continue to work with parents to keep them informed on how this transition will affect them. On June 5th, yesterday actually, we hosted a Special Olympics swim meet called the Rubber Ducky Classic. This meet was used as a world qualifier for those athletes hoping to swim for Team Canada at the World Games in Berlin in 2023. Teams and athletes came from all over Alberta to compete. The pool recently underwent a survey by a licensed Alberta land surveyor in order to become an approved competition pool. We were successful, and we are now listed on the Swim Alberta website as an approved competition pool. This opens us up to opportunities for our home club, the Olds Rapids, to begin hosting meets at this facility as well. So these are our user stats. Keeping in mind that these numbers are from a COVID year, we saw a good turnout at the facility and for lessons once we were able to reopen to the public. Okay. For trends, challenges, and opportunities. With COVID, the facility has seen numerous closures along with limitations to programming and health restrictions over the past 2 years. With the interruption in availability of lessons due to COVID, many children have missed out on lessons, both through school board lessons and after-school lessons. Demand for lessons is very high, higher than we've seen. Challenges are to accommodate as many children in the lessons as we can with the pool space and instructor availability limitations. Adult support agencies and Horizon are users of the pool on a regular basis. Scheduling is also a challenge as the pool, to be able to accommodate programming requests versus pool space, especially during peak times from 3:30 to 7 in the afternoons. With the interruption of lessons and availability of advanced training, it has impacted immediate and future lifeguard recruitment. With the increase in lessons and the challenge to find trained staff, it's been difficult to keep up with the demand. The facility primarily operates with casual employees, and at times it can be a struggle to find daytime staff. The level of training required also limits the pool of applicants, as training takes time and can be costly. The Red Cross to life-saving transition has also impacted our ability to recruit instructors. The interruption of lessons, programming, and swim club has impacted our immediate and future lifeguard recruitment. It has also been reported recently that there is a nationwide shortage of lifeguards. Okay, guys. This is our current staff complement at the pool. This represents our staffing level. We are hoping to have a few more lifeguards come out of our national lifeguard course that we will be running at the facility at the beginning of July. Okay. The Splash Park operates as an extension of the Olds Aquatic Center. Splash parks are under the same pool standards within Alberta Health Services regulations as the Aquatic Center. We run the park with a recirculation system. With this system, we need to ensure the water is balanced, and we submit weekly samples to Alberta Health Services for bacterial testing. During the months when the Splash Park is in operation, we have limited access to a town vehicle, so staff are often using their personal vehicles to go back and forth to the Splash Park multiple times a day. We do work with the arena to share the usage of the truck when we have it available. Thank you. I'm open for questions.
Thank you very much, Michelle. Very nice presentation. Just a brief note, I had the opportunity to observe the Special Olympics swimming Sunday, and some comments of the parents. They were quite comfortable. It was the first time that they were able to use our pool, and they thought it was a better facility than some that they've had to visit. On the flip side, the swimmers thought it was a bit warm for competitive swimming, but everybody was having a good time. Any other questions? Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh, and thank you, Michelle, for the presentation. I just have one or two related to page 51, so the stats, the user statistics. And maybe, could you just elaborate on them a bit, just so I am sure I have an understanding? When you say total patron usage, 16,300 local, so is that 16,000 actual visits to the pool in a year? Or is that members?
Visits.
Okay.
Yeah. And that's only, is this on? Yep. Okay. And that's only from March to December because we were closed for the first 3 months of the year.
Supplemental, I guarantee it. Thank you. So, and again, thank you. And when you say registration, 188 versus, and then 92 filled. And could you also explain what enrollment is? I assume that's referring to the college. But could you explain the registration number and the enrollment numbers? Thank you.
Registration would be, oh, okay. So program and course registration, that would be for advanced courses. So 188 spots available, 92 filled, whereas enrollment would be for our lessons. So we just have them split out as program courses, and then lessons would just be a little bit different. Yeah.
Any other? Councillor Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So you did talk about the problems with lifeguards and finding your instructors for swimming lessons and stuff like that. And I'm brain farting on the word that you were using there. Not just retention, but creation of these students. So switching from the Red Cross program to the new program, did that create a gap where you weren't training lifeguards?
I think more so COVID has created the gap because there's been a lack of availability of advanced courses, and it seems as though maybe some people were planning on going the route to lifeguard have got another path. And now, as far as swimming instructors, they're not getting certified as Red Cross instructors because we're switching over to life-saving. So right now we continue to run Red Cross programming until we make the switch. So we're not able to bring on instructors that have that training because they're not going to get the training because it doesn't make sense for them to get it because it will end at the end of the year. So there's a little bit of a gap with this switch that we're just trying to, we will switch in the fall, but right now until we make that switch, it's hard to get new people coming in that have the training we need to run lessons, if that makes sense.
Supplementary.
Absolutely.
Okay.
So with this transfer then from the Red Cross to the new program, it's not, okay, I'm a Red Cross certified swim instructor, give me my paper, I'm also qualified in this new service. I have to then re-qualify under the new program to be able to teach lessons at the pool?
Yes, they have made it relatively easy though. So if you are a Red Cross water safety instructor, you can do a transition course to become a life-saving swim for life instructor. So they've made it as simple as they can because you've already gone through that training. But for now, until we are able to switch over, we're just having a struggle getting Red Cross certified instructors just until the transition is complete.
Thank you.
Director Wagstaff.
And I'd like just to reinforce and add that at all levels, so, colleagues at Michelle's level, colleagues at Michelle Larocque's level, as well as other community services directors, anyone we speak to, this is a system-wide challenge. They're all facing that double whammy of that COVID break, which significantly impacted the recruitment, because young swimmers in your swimming lessons are in a pool, they're in that atmosphere. They're open to swim club, they're open to young lifeguard programs, and they haven't had that over 2 years. So it's actually going to be a longer stretched out piece where we're going to see an impact for 2 or 3 years, because what has happened in the system of aquatics is children that may have had that interest have found some other interest to fill that gap. So it's a percentage game where we're trying to recruit that. On top of that, if you wanted to get certified to become an instructor in any of this type, it's been a challenge to find those courses because of COVID interruptions. And secondly, as Michelle was describing, that they want to get certified in the new course if they don't have any certification. If you already have it, there's a transition course you can take and you'd be able to do both in the interim. But if you don't have it and you're trying to start someone from scratch, they're going to be taking the new system, which they can't utilize until we implement it later in the fall.
Thank you for that explanation. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh. I have two quick questions related. One is, so what do we utilize as far as programs go to identify, create new programs? Do we have anything in the funnel there? How do we promote the aquatic center? And you mentioned municipalities such as Airdrie coming to use our facility, which is great and wonderful. I'm just wondering, why? Is it an accessibility issue in those communities? Do you have any insight?
As far as other communities, I believe it is an accessibility. There's summer camps, there's schools from Airdrie that have contacted us. I believe that it's an accessibility at the facilities closer to home, and so they've contacted us. And so we've been working hard with them to accommodate and bring them out to our facility. Could you repeat the other question, please?
The other two are just around, how are we promoting the aquatic center? What do we use? And do we have any creative programs in the funnel to help bring in users, visitors?
We have tried a few different programs. We try to use a lot of social media. The newspaper, we also use Facebook quite a bit and post everything on our website. And we do try new programming, give it a try, see if it works for us. We did partner with Alberta Water Polo to try this Swim Like a Dolphin program. And so I try to kind of check out maybe sometimes what other facilities are doing and see maybe if it would be a fit for us. And we do try it and see if we do get interest. And if not, then we maybe try and take things in another direction to see what the community would like at the facility.
Thank you, Michelle.
Thank you.
Oh, we have Michelle number 2 to report on the Sportsplex annual report. Still in training. Yes, motion to accept Michelle's presentation for Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh. I move that we accept for information the annual Aquatic Center report for information.
All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Welcome.
Good afternoon. I'm Michael Cohan, supervisor at the Sportsplex in the arenas. And we'll do a quick presentation on our year-to-date for the Sportsplex. As you can see, we do a number of activities within the Sportsplex. We do have figure skating, hockey. We have a curling rink attached, which we go through. Our utilization rates for most of the without COVID being, but we did run a whole year this year, luckily. We're about 70% of prime time, that which includes the weekends. And our non-prime, we're only about 37% for the main ice. The next one for the auxiliary usage, we're about 62% on prime time, and we're about 31% for non-prime time for the auxiliary ice. We are home to, of course, the AJHL Olds Grizzlies, the ACAC Olds College Broncos, minor hockey, Olds Figure Skating Club. During the summer, we have lacrosse, Junior B and Junior C. as well as Olds Minor Lacrosse. The curling club does run their programming. Usually it's from October until the end of March. Some of the highlights that we've had is we held a lacrosse tournament in July of last year. We had the Grizzlies, as I said, were able to do their full complement this year without having to stop or start, so we ran their whole season. We also hosted several tournaments, the under-18 AA tournament, the under-9 tournament. The Broncos went to the playoffs, and they went to the finals and didn't quite beat Red Deer, but they did a very good job this year. We had a couple of other teams that did go to some of the playoffs for minor hockey. So we had, in general, a pretty good year for that. Of course, some of the highlights we had was the Grizzlies ran their first alumni tournament that they've ran in. I'm not sure if they ran one previous years, as I wasn't here for that, but this was the first year that I remember them running it, and it seemed to go off rather well. They were quite happy, and I expect them to do another one next year. Figure skating again hosted the carnival again. We also, of course, had the curling event, which went over extremely well. I've had several compliments, and hopefully you guys heard from several people too. It went, from my view, extremely well with that one. Some of the challenges, of course, we had was, same as with everyone, was COVID. Really impacted us quite a bit. But we worked through it with the REP program. We were able to maintain with minor hockey and some of the adult clubs, we were able to maintain hockey throughout the season. Staff turnover, we do have 3 new full-time operators that we hired last year. So we're at a full complement. Again, some of the other challenges is the accessibility issues, which we do hear quite a bit about. And a lot of that is just the layout of the building, is we just have difficulty dealing with wheelchairs and accessibility issues getting to the bleachers to the lower levels and what we have. The other main one that we are dealing with will be the washroom for the girls' change room. We are installing one this year. I just haven't got final confirmation on when that'll be starting for construction, but we are in the process of putting in a washroom for that one. Seasonal conflicts, of course, always occur in every rink that I've been to between the summer and winter users, usually between hockey and lacrosse. Lacrosse wants to start, generally speaking, February. Hockey isn't done until usually the end of April, so there's always that bit of conflict that we try and work out the best we can between the 2 user groups. We have been working, which we were in the process of before COVID hit, trying to utilize more of our summer floor space, where we have been talking pickleball, possibly bringing in on kind of a badminton or basketball sort of stuff to be using during the summer months. We'll have to start that process up again, as everything kind of shut down over COVID and we didn't proceed with anything as we weren't able to be open during those times. I believe that's for my short presentation. Questions?
Thank you very much, Michael. Do we have questions? Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh, and thank you, Michael, for your presentation. I just want some clarity here on your usage. Like on your main ice here, like you said, we're about 70% prime time and only 37% non-prime time, which is more understandable. In the past, we've always had, other user groups coming forward and asking us for ice time. Can you kind of clarify, is this because of COVID we're kind of down a bit, or is this something that we should be looking at to promote a little bit better and maybe look at some different, were minor hockey numbers down?
Not really. This is more of how we classify prime time and non-prime time. The way we do this is with prime time hours is we base it on what we charge as prime time. So the weekend usage is also included into here. Oh, sorry. Oh, So during our real busy time, Monday through Friday, say from 4 till 10, our actual usage is up over 80 to 90%. But our weekend usage, being that teams are playing out of town, and it's not a consistent time that we can sell it, say, every Saturday at 7 we have an open slot. That percentage drops dramatically down to sometimes 60%, which with that being such a huge portion of it, it drops down the numbers down to 70%, but our minor hockey numbers were pretty consistent. I do believe we might have lost one or two of the smaller teams, but it was pretty consistent. But our usage practice time, Monday through Friday, is very extensive.
Thank you, that answers the question. That gives me clarity. I appreciate that.
Yeah, Director Wagstaff.
And Michael did touch on it. I do want to highlight that that's Saturday 7 till 9 and Sunday 5 till 9 is considered prime time. But when we look at that data, hour to hour, that's what really drops the prime time usage percentage, is those 2 Saturdays and Sundays in that time period.
Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I had a similar question to Councillor Blatz, but I'll ask a different one with regards to these numbers. So this is an annual report, and we're only getting numbers from September to December for the main, and October to December for the auxiliary. So it's not really giving us a full scope of the year.
That was a little misunderstanding on my part. I took it as you guys only wanted 2021, so I didn't do it for the season. But the numbers are consistent with what I have on the previous ones. From there, I do have those numbers, but I didn't present it to them. That was my misunderstanding. When they asked for it, I went the year 2021, not the season of 2021.
Okay, because that would give us a little bit better picture, or even a bigger picture of how the effect of COVID, because it would have been all of 2021, which would have had some interruptions because of COVID.
Yes.
Director Wagstaff.
And to expand on that, we would typically also, you did hear from the Aquatic Center that they've only begun to collect this kind of data. So that you'll start to get year-to-year data as well. With the Sportsplex, we didn't bring year-to-year data because 19 and 20 really doesn't give you a reflective of our regular use, given that COVID closures significantly interrupted 2020 and 2021.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh. And I think we're all kind of getting at the same thing, and I appreciate the COVID years distort the data and everything. Do we have data, though, pre-COVID around main and auxiliary utilization? I guess, again, I think we're all beating around the same item, the 70% number, say, for the main. What would normally have been there pre-COVID? I don't know if you have that number off the top of your head.
I don't have it off the top
That's
of my
fine.
head. I do have it on record. I do have 2018 and 19, but the numbers have been, to be honest with you, they're pretty consistent. We've been relatively 80 to 85% Monday through Friday. Our weekends generally drop down to around 60 to 65% for prime time, and that's been consistent throughout. What we did for COVID is, instead of running programming, which we weren't, we did one-on-ones, and we were consistently full on that, but that's how we adjusted our hours based on what we had booked in. So those numbers would kind of skewer the results, because it would look like we were running 90-95% utilization, but we would only book in for what we had booked for the one-on-one tournaments. But 18, and like I said, I've been working on the 2022 ones. It's all very consistent, where we were up during the main times. We're up 80, 85%.
Thank you, Michael.
Not seeing any more questions. Thank you very much, Michael, for your presentation. And a motion to accept this for information. Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh. I move that we accept for information the annual report from the Sportsplex.
All in favor? That is carried. Moving on to the Fire Department quarterly report. Director Andrew, is that you?
Okay, first quarter report for 2022. Total number of incidents we responded to were 78. This is the total number, both rural and urban. Looking at our quarterly averages, our turnout time, which is the time from the emergency call being placed to the time that an effective response force responds, which typically means a fire engine filled with 4 firefighters, not just a chief officer. In the rural application, 5 minutes 97 seconds, and this is a error I pointed out when I presented to the county. I'm not sure how you have 5 minutes and 97 seconds, so must be a play on our statistics somehow, so we will correct that. And urban is 5 minutes and 44 seconds. So essentially, there are differences in response times, typically because of the nature of calls. We will have more people required to respond to a rural setting as opposed to an urban, but for the most part, they're very similar. And the average number of firefighters per incident, this would mean the number of firefighters that actually arrived on scene to provide service would be rural 6 and urban 4. And again, this attributes a lot to the type of call, keeping in mind that when we have a larger scale event, it'll take a large number of firefighters of anywhere between 15 to 20. And on a medical response, we may respond with as little as 1 person. So that averages it out and brings that number down. But that is a very healthy response demographic, so there's no concerns about lack of people coming, just because that would raise alarms if you weren't aware of the background there. In this time frame, rural incidents were 20. And we look at these, fire incidents are in the orange, and medical are blue, and gray are other, which would include motor vehicle collisions. So again, based on the breakdown below, the non-fire call incidents of 19 are inclusive of all things that include false alarms or controlled burns and things like that. Rescue calls and or vehicle collisions, again, account for a good number of our call volume, always on numbered highways typically. And the other responses, which would be our our mutual aid calls to other communities, so Didsbury, Bowden, Sundre. Urban-wise, we responded to 58 incidents, and you can see there's a variety of medical and or fire incidents. And again, there's nothing that comes out in particular as a high trend. Non-fire calls, again, dominate, which is typical in most quarters, with a number of false alarm calls and public hazard type incidents that we respond to quite regular. Medical response calls of 27, again, that's quite typical in the time of year. When the snow falls, we typically see a rise in our assistance calls for slips, trips, and heart-related incidents from shoveling heavy, wet snow. The demographics on our time of day and which days the calls are most plentiful. Again, it's a pretty sporadic demographic of times and or days. There's no specific trends indicating why we do what we do when we do it. We do see typically in the urban setting, the medical response calls are fairly widespread, but we do always typically see spikes of calls in the evening and early morning hours, and that is primarily due to our response to senior facilities. That it's quite common that when we respond to assist, seniors will wait till the late evening to summon help and or early morning. So that's just a common thing across the board in my long history of EMS as well. So no surprises there. And other than that, that's all I have to report, unless you have any questions.
Questions? Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh. I was just wondering on page 71 with the urban incidences, we have a light blue, and was that supposed to be orange?
I cannot answer why it's light blue. I'd have to get back to you on that one. I don't think it's supposed to be orange, but it's a new report format, so I'll have to ask my coordinator on what that means. Sorry.
Okay, thank you very much, Director Andrew, because I don't see a little, marking for what the light would mean, so I was just wondering, I just thought maybe it was a mistake and that would be a fire call.
Yeah, I will have to get back to you. Same with our 5 minutes and 93-second thing.
Thank you.
Director Wilson, or Councilor Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh, and thanks, Director, for the fire department update. I just had a question. The trend on our turnout time, can you comment? Is it fairly consistent in that 5-minute and 97-second range, or does it vary? I can certainly go back to previous updates, but if you have anything off the top.
Yeah, so that number stays fairly consistent, and actually to be under 6 minutes for a paid on-call department is actually quite a milestone. So that's a huge thing, that we are sending an effective response out the door in less than 6 minutes. So if you can imagine that when you call 911, that you have your call processed by the call center, they page out the fire department, people have to stop what they're doing, whether it's at work or at home or wherever they are, respond to the fire hall, suit up, find out where they're going, and get out the door. And under 6 minutes, that's a pretty remarkable statistic. So that's a very strong demographic for us, and something that the members are very proud of. And that's a very high level of service, in my opinion, for people being summoned from another area. And very consistent, actually. During COVID, our response time was actually even faster, and that was again due to the fact that people were working from home, so there was a lot more people in town. So we also had a higher number of firefighter turnout per incident as well, which would be anticipated. So these numbers are more realistic now, of everybody going back to somewhat normal habits and predictable cycles.
Councilor Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Just a couple of quick questions here about the medical response resuscitator calls. You told me in the past how many fully qualified paramedics we have in the department. Can you remind me of that?
2, myself and one other member, as advanced care paramedics, and we have 2 primary care paramedics currently.
Elementary?
Yes, please.
Go ahead.
To respond to these medical resuscitator calls, though, it's not just the paramedics, it's the advanced or the first responder, first aid qualified firefighters as well that can respond to these.
That's correct. So we operate under the Medical First Response program with Alberta Health Services. So all of our firefighters are considered medical first responders, and they receive additional training in excess to the basic provision of first aid and CPR. We have at least a dozen members that are trained in advanced first aid, where they can provide advanced level care such as oxygen administration and spinal motion restriction for trauma and so on and so forth. So yes, we do utilize a variety of members responding to these calls outside of just the registered practitioners.
Thank you.
Seeing no other questions, thank you, Director Andrew. A motion to adopt the fire report. Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh. I would make the motion that we accept for information the first quarter statistics for the Olds Fire Department Report 2022.
All in favor of that? That motion's carried. Thank you. Okay, moving on to Olds Municipal Enforcement. Director Andrew, I don't see anybody else here. Is that you?
Thank you, Chairman. I will do my best to provide an accurate response here with the municipal enforcement statistics. In this first quarter, it's notable to know that we did lose our senior CPO early on in this quarter, so there were a dramatic change in the typical responses and or the demographics that you would typically see, simply because our second CPO was not traffic qualified, so could not complete traffic stops and enforcement measures in those regards. So, and also when you cut your staff complement in half, it seems to have an impact on the amount of time and ability to respond. So in this demographic, in this report, you can see the animal control calls equated to 26 total complaints, or 10% of the total calls. Community standards issues were the highest number at 174. Occurrence reports would be where that would be officer observed, so something that was found on their own accord. And then other accounts for anything that kind of falls out, general inquiries and things that aren't necessarily a bylaw infringement or enforcement issue, but just public service. And then traffic would be 30. So again, that number was low just simply because of the time and the departure. So obviously, community standards type issues are a large part of municipal enforcement activity, and that's typical in most quarters. And this goes from anything from unsightly premises to neighbor complaints and disturbances of sound and animal control things and such. This is the demographic on how our complaints are reported. And so at the counter here in the town office was only one very small number. Through our dispatch line, which is Yellowhead Dispatch, there was 8 complaints received. Or sorry, this one I would have to check. I need to back that up. I'm not sure why this is separate from the dispatch services below. That would be Yellowhead Dispatch. So I'm not sure if maybe somebody called and was patched through to the town office is what I believe would happen, and then they're forwarded on to Yellowhead Dispatch, but I'd have to verify. Email complaints 13, handwritten letters 4, officer observed 137. Other enforcement agencies, so being referred by the RCMP. Phone direct to one of our officers would be 10. The report a problem platform through the town website is 22. Staff made complaints 8. And no method of complaint is 1. So I'm not sure how that one works either. But if you're not complaining, you're not doing anything, I guess. So, yeah. So officer observed being the highest number there, I think that speaks to the interaction of our officers in the community actually being out and looking for problems, and why that demographic would be so high in this quarter would definitely be involved with snow removal. So sidewalks and driveways and things like that would definitely be a big piece. The other one that would fall into this would also be snow removal. So when vehicles are parked in a snow route, contrary to the posted signage, then that would also count as one of these officer observed. So again, depending on how much snow we have and how much snow removal happens, that number would typically be high in this period. Bylaw violations in the first quarter, there were just less than 60 that had to be elevated to a provincial citation. So this would be an example of a parking ticket or a snow removal ticket that wasn't voluntarily paid with the municipal tag. Then they forward that on to a provincial citation, and that's where we get our compliance. So if you don't voluntarily pay the fee, then it gets elevated to a provincial citation, which that's how, if somebody was to fight the ticket, then they could go to court to do so. And or if they don't provide a defense, then the provincial system can tack it onto their registration. So that's how we would be assured our payment. The paid tickets is about 50, so people voluntarily made payment recognizing that they were in the wrong. Written warnings, just over 40, so again, where people are given an opportunity to correct behavior as a one-of, to remedy a situation that has been identified. And so our total violations is approximately 150 in that period. So pretty typical ratings. Again, with traffic enforcement not being as prevalent as it had been in the past, you would see these numbers probably dip in this quarter. So that is a very brief overview of the first quarter for ME, and I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Director Cumming.
Counselor, but okay. Mr. Chairman, quick question. Well, not a quick question, a long question, probably. Cats. Let's talk cats for a sec. So when we look at the statistics presented on page 75, the animal control 26 and the community standards 174, a quick clarification and a question after that, if I can, all related to cats. Animal control is part of the community standards bylaw. So are those 26 included in the 174, do you know? Or is that pulled out completely in the 174 are different aspects of the community standards bylaw?
That is correct. The 174 are different than the specific animal-related issues.
Right. So I've been reached out to by numerous community members about cats in our community, and that whenever a cat is outside of a house and isn't on a leash, it's breaking the community standards bylaw. And many people have called our services and said, hey, there's a random cat in my neighborhood, come get it. At which point they're told, sorry, we can't, the shelter in Bowden's full, we're not taking cats off the streets. Deal with it yourself. Either take it in yourself and deal with the cat or shoo it away. We have this community standards bylaw. Are we investigating any way in which we can continue meeting our service standards, because we've made this bylaw, outside of simply the Bowden shelter is full and we can no longer deal with the cats issue? Because it seems to me that we've made this bylaw, but we're not enforcing it because of that restriction in itself. We're not allowed to euthanize any cats according to our bylaw unless they're sick. So I'm curious as to what solution is on the table for this restrictive point in the funnel of dealing with cats in our community.
Yes, through to the chairs. The concern of stray cats in the community is certainly something that comes up frequently. And so the situation that is encountered is that when people complain about cats at large and want them removed or trapped as such, the town does offer traps to be made available for you to trap a cat that is on your property. But the only way that that trap will be issued is if there is actual space available to take a cat in. So due to humane regulations, we cannot take in a cat without having a safe place for it to be housed. And we have an agreement with the local veterinary center here in town that the contract is in place that they will accept these cats once they've been trapped. They will try to identify the owner to see if the cat has been tattooed or microchipped to track down the owner, because as you can imagine that a majority of the cats that are loose don't have collars with tags affixed, which is very different than dogs. They typically do have tags attached, not always. And we are at the mercy of the vet center based on the time of year and the situation with how much space that they have. And so when people inquire about obtaining a trap to deal with a cat, because of the humanity piece, that we cannot issue a trap if we know that there's no place for it to go. And so part of service level review that would come up is we could talk about the provision of adding in a second contract location to take stray cats to, or housing them. And so that certainly is up for discussion. It does come at a cost because we are charged by these facilities to house these cats, and that's the struggle that we have, is the fact that they fill up and then we are on the hook to pay if they are not identified as an owner to come and claim this cat. So that's kind of the struggle we have, if that answers your question.
Supplementary? Go ahead.
So basically, unless we're willing to spend more money, there's no solution on the table for this problem.
It is definitely focused around, finance for sure.
Thank you.
Councillor Daly.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh. Question to Director Andrews. Is there steps that we're taking to fill the vacant position in the bylaw officer?
Yes, we actually have interviews scheduled for a new candidate this week.
Thank you.
It was a tie. I'll go Mayor Dahl.
Thank you. The report a problem versus, does Erica, our peace officer, answer all those queries? Or do they come directly to her?
So the report a problem forum is forwarded to the bylaw email group, which actually has access to all of our peace officers and myself. So 7 days a week, 24 hours a day. If it comes through, then it is forwarded. And again, with limited resource, we can't provide service on a 24-hour basis with the staffing that we have. So weekend complaints, things like that, or after hours, of course, have to wait until the next available time to be answered. If it's a mere inquiry, we can respond to them at times, which I will do after hours if warranted, or forward it to the RCMP if it's a serious matter.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh, and essentially that was my question, or a similar question. I just, we have different mediums for receiving complaints, whether it's the online reported problem, we mentioned letters and emails. Again, along those similar lines, I was just wondering what our commitment is to responding to those complaints and over what time period. Do we strive for a 2-day, business day turnaround? Does everybody that submits email, letter, complaint get feedback?
It's an excellent question. So the one thing that comes with our report a problem and or even direct contact through the dispatch services is one area that we struggle with is the desire for people to make anonymous complaints. And that accounts for a very large number of the concerns or complaints that are received in any format, is that people will make a complaint or a concern known but wish to remain anonymous, which our policy is that we do not follow up on anonymous complaints simply because there is no forward progress for us to actually proceed with prosecution, and it just consumes a lot of time. So those ones will be left as they are. Now, granted, there is some, we will look at the nature of what the concern is, that if there is a public safety issue, we certainly don't ignore it. But as far as the follow-up and service is that typically when our officer will come back, for example, if you make a complaint on a Friday afternoon, after working hours, first thing Monday morning, there will be follow-up done. Now, there is the opportunity on the report a problem that the respondents will be asked if they require follow-up with a yes or no, and so if they say yes, then we make it our mission to respond to them, whether it's verbally or in writing, as soon as possible, which would typically be the first business day after the complaint is made. Even though our resources have been short as of late, we do have a very high level of response and follow-up, because if nothing else, we may not be able to solve the problem for somebody. For an example would be is if you make a complaint after hours stating that your neighbor's throwing a party and making a lot of noise, on Monday morning we can't do a lot about it, but we can recognize that you made the complaint and that we understand, and we'll put it on file. And an incident report is created in our system so that we have a record that if this is a recurring issue, then we can certainly follow it up with a visit and or future action, if you will.
Thank you.
Not seeing any other questions. Thank you for your presentation, Director Andrew. Motion to accept the Municipal Enforcement Quarterly Report. Councillor Daly.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh. I'll move that council accept the municipal enforcement information supplied here as information.
Thank you. All in favor? Carried. Thank you. Okay, moving on, 4F, Olds Operations and Capital Project, monthly update. Director Greco.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. To report out on our capital projects, the Highway 27 and 70th Ave are going to be in current review for final sign-off. We're happy to report out that the 68th Street roundabout and 48th Ave Northeast has been opened on the roadway to 48th. We did have to provide some extra delineation out there to ensure that the barriers were to be seen by road traffic. The 2022 municipal improvement projects, just to give a really quick update on those, the 4 projects that we have this year are the 57th Ave asphalt remediation, which is north of the hospital. We have the 57th Avenue lane development, which is at Circle K. We have the 52nd Street road reconstruction and utility replacement. And we have the 50th Ave mill and overlay, which would lead us out into our newly annexed area. We're happy to report out that all of these have gone out for tender, and we'll be evaluating the RFP packages. Some of the other projects within the community that were a little bit popped up on us, but is the dugout replacement. So we're happy to report out the dugout was basically beyond its useful life. We have successfully removed the dugout at OR Hedges. The backstops at 2 and 3 at Rotary Athletic Park have been repaired and are now back in service. The Toboggan Hill and the outdoor skating rink, there's currently reviews underway. We went out for tender on those, so we'll be conducting those, and those should be underway shortly after a successful tender has gone out. In terms of paving projects, we are awaiting on quotes for street paving and sidewalk annual repairs. Just a reminder that we do have a budget of $180,000 for the sidewalk repairs. We do try to target the worst areas first. Those of concern would be in areas of accessibility or where we have accessibility concerns. Those are the ones that we hit up first. Next. With respect to water and sewer, we did not have any breaks in this reporting period in the last month. We are also awaiting on quotes for our annual replacement of catch basins. So this is the time of year where we do a lot of catch basin replacement in the spring and summer months. We did, however, although we're happy to report we didn't have any breaks, we have had one sinkhole, and we actually had another one last week. So the first sinkhole, it happened behind the Bank of Montreal. We quickly dispatched crews to identify, and we had to fill it with gravel and make the area safe. The hole was caused by an unknown cistern, improperly buried, probably many years ago and long forgotten. Moving over to parks and recreation, we have oriented and, well, we've completed orientation for our entire summer staff complement. We've also picked up our trailer that we purchased. That unit has arrived, and we're working on training, specifically in the way of cargo securement. So you will see this trailer being utilized to deploy and mobilize the mowers. We're now capable of deploying these mowers on the trailer and along with the Genie, which should reduce some of our travel time and having going back to the ops center. Again, summer's busy months. You'll see crews out busy weeding, mowing, weed eating, pruning. We also are starting our flower program tomorrow, actually. So what we do with the flowers, they do come out. They do have to spend a couple of days being acclimatized. So they've been in for the last 2 days. They're acclimatized, and that program will begin tomorrow. In terms of the CET, we're happy to report out that we hired James. He's had his first week last week. Initially, part of the project is going to be updating our database for manholes, valves, and sewers, along with working with CAD programs. And again, we have a number of projects underway, including the MIP project. So we're happy to have James on board. In terms of Alberta transportation, I have received, in terms of a previous PMP that was brought up, to pursue the transition zone between the roundabout and the town boundary. So there's approximately 840 meters of roadway that's it's zoned at 80 kilometers per hour speed zone, and then it turns down to 50 as you approach the town boundary. The Alberta Transportation has accepted our proposal to make this amendment, and so a driver traveling northbound on Highway 2A at a speed of 100 would now encounter that traffic circle zone, be reduced down to 80 for 300 meters, and then from kilometer 11.725 to kilometer 12 before entering the existing 50 zone, where they would continue through town. So that transition proposal has been accepted. Moving over to planning and development. We are happy to report out that all of the good works that the summer student and the CET were doing last year has, the site has been updated and it has gone public as of May 16th. When I say public, we'll be working with communications on putting out a did you know for residents or developers to view this site. So what the site does for us is the information provides information on properties, zoning, and infrastructure. We are capable of putting more stuff on there, so as time goes on, the more information we put in there, so we can be really flexible and nimble with what information we put on the GIS system. Moving over to street sweeping. So street sweeping, we did start after the last snowfall. We started on the red and purple routes, meaning the high priority routes, and crews are now already doing signing and sweeping in residential areas. The process for sweeping the whole entire town takes a process of months. We only have one dedicated resource and one dedicated unit for the street sweeping. We were a little bit short-staffed. We're working to get staffed up and get caught up in some of the areas. Prior to sweeping the routes, the supervisor will notify communications of the area that's completed and ensure the signs are up, similar to snow removal. To increase efficiency this year, we are dumping the sweeper. We're having the tandem truck park in the areas that the sweeper is in. And the primary reason for doing this is because we don't want to have the sweeper going all the way back to 70th to dump their excess material. We did receive a few positive comments, even though we're behind on street sweeping. Some of the positive remarks were for the work that we had done prior to Pinty's. A little bit of an update on our IR paving machine. So the IR paver had arrived on May 6th. We were provided training from the vendor. The training was extremely well received, and during the training we proceeded to Winter Drive, where you can see the pictures. So this machine, basically we have some before and after pictures here. The the crews are really excited about this machine and its capabilities. You can see the before and after pictures. So this is on Winter Drive and Braga Road. You can see kind of a nasty little hole in the middle of Winter Drive there. And then after, you can see the result there. The nice thing about this machine is while it's doing this work, we're able to do some crack sealing as well on top of where the machine is working, so we can easily deploy crews. The other thing that we talked about with the IR machine is that it gives our infrastructure the longevity. That's the important thing, is that the cold mix, it's a little bit of a Band-Aid and doesn't work nearly as effective as this machine at ensuring its water doesn't impermeate the infrastructure. The next picture, we can see a pretty big pothole, and I'm sure there's lots of different potholes that we're going to be getting phone calls for this machine to arrive. This is a before and after picture of Winter Drive, and this is on 58th Street, southeast by Westdale, so you can see before and after, and the results are really, really good. The last picture is probably the most telling picture. This large pothole, it shows, that just extreme damage to the infrastructure, and the IR machine is able to come in there and really do a good job at having a more long-term fix to the issue. So we will be starting on projects with the IR paver. We have just completed our spring cleanup week, which really tied up a lot of resources. So we had to park the machine for a little bit there to get caught up with respect to spring cleanup. But you will see, as the crews get more experience, you'll see the machine working in mostly non-busy areas. And as the crew gets more experience, we'll be moving those crews into busier areas. So, and just to comment on the staff and the reception that this machine has given to the community. The staff is really excited. It's brought the staff together, they've got the training, and it's really nice to see the work before and after. So I'd be happy to field any questions.
Councillor Cummings.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I have a comment and a question that are unrelated, if I can. Maybe the comment first, and we'll see.
Yes.
So when you were talking about the sinkhole, which was fascinating, thanks for the pictures that we got there, I was thinking Bank of Montreal, and I'm thinking, where would there be a sinkhole by the Bank of Montreal, and then why would we care since it's on the private property? Because I'm new to town, relatively being 7 years, I don't think the Bank of Montreal has been in that building for a very, very long time. Somebody who's been here for a long time can tell me. So I was very confused what you meant by the Bank of Montreal. That's just a comment. I know it's a pet peeve of mine when you ask somebody where something is and they go, oh, by the old this, and I'm like, I have no idea where the old that is. So it's just my comment on that. But I do have a serious question, if I can.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Can you explain to me the difference in the 2022 municipal improvement projects of asphalt remediation and mill and overlay?
Yeah, so just to answer your first question, the actual sinkhole was in the parking lot of the Bank of Montreal, but it was a safety concern, so it was on private property. But we did identify that that would be a safety concern if that got worse, or traffic were to go in there. So we did remediate that with some gravel. In terms of your second question, so basically a 50th Ave mill and overlay would just be where they would take the asphalt out and do an overlay. With asphalt remediation north of the hospital, that is not as intense of a project. So we would be doing patch repairs in certain sections of the road. It's not an entire mill and repave.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh. And similar, and thanks, Director Greico, for the report. And similar, I have a comment and brief, and then a question. Firstly, as related to the street sweeping, thanks. Clarity is good, because earlier in May, we had said, I thought, my recollection was that street sweeping was basically on schedule, on track. There weren't delays, either due to equipment, machinery, or to personnel. You've now subsequently clarified that, because, again, residents are contacting me, a few stating that street sweeping is behind schedule compared to their tracking of previous years. So you've confirmed that we are behind, so. And then my question is, is, obviously street sweeping, spring street sweeping isn't a new project activity. Do we have a critical path? I know we have the prioritized routes that we follow. Do we have a critical path, though? And do we have an idea on how much road work in Olds we can sweep clean on a day or a weekly basis? Do we track those? And I am aware that we don't have a work order or cost tracking system. Hopefully that's on the wish list. But do we do any sort of that tracking, and do we have a critical path and that says we started sweeping here in, I don't know, April 23rd, and we will be complete by June such and such a date? And do we track the progress daily, weekly? Thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Through to the chair. We do basically handle troubled areas first. So again, we do handle those more important routes, such as emergency routes and red and purple routes to begin with. Again, we do not have a work order system. I'm not sure. I would have to probably put together or get more information with respect to the areas that we do. We do have the supervisor that goes out and identifies the areas. He goes out beforehand and determines the areas that are worst. If we do get complaints, we do handle report a problem complaints. So we will handle those areas depending on the need. In terms of priority, though, we do handle, residential routes last. And then what we do is have the supervisor have a review of those areas.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. And I guess that partially answers my question. I don't think it entirely does. And again, part of where I'm going is around efficiency and, where can we make changes and improvements? How much can we expect? And I realize we only have one operator, one machine, and maybe it's something that'll come up in service level and when we talk about a work order system. But again, I'm coming at it from an efficiency perspective, and how much can we expect, as a daily or weekly, an operator to do as far as road work. We must have a fairly good idea what the kilometers in town are for roads, and then how much a machine can do, an operator can do. So, and perhaps again, that's maybe a discussion for service level and beyond. I do have a follow-up. You touched on the reporter problem, and I'm just wondering, similar to the question to Director Andrew, what is the protocol there from the operations perspective in terms of as problems come in, turnaround of those problems, and if an individual indicates they want a response, what is our commitment to getting back to those individuals?
Again, I know Director Andrew touched on that. Operations has a very, very similar process. We do take some of these questions and concerns outside of operational hours. Those concerns are typically at least a phone call. We triage those and get to them as soon as we can. In terms of a response time, I don't have a response time. All concerns are handled by our operations department, though. They are logged and phone calls are returned. Again, some of the responses are concerns and some don't ask for feedback. The ones that do request feedback, we like to have a timely response. So I would guess to say within the week, you would have a representative from operations return a phone call and at least try to triage that. We may not have a resolution to it right away. Some of the requests aren't able to be handled immediately, but you would receive contact from an operational representative.
I don't see any more questions. I will entertain a vote to accept Director Greco's information. Councillor Wilson, yes, I was looking at you. All in favor? That is carried. I'm going to suggest a short break before 3 o'clock. Seems like a couple have already gone for a bio break, so we'll just make it unanimous.
Hi, Dr. Hoffman. It's Marcy from the town of Olds. Can you hear us?
Hi, good afternoon. Yes, I can hear you very well.
Perfect. Thank you. We're just in recess, and as soon as we call it back to order here, we'll have you guys make your presentation. And I'm not sure if you want to share your own screen or if you would like us to advance slides. What would you prefer?
I think if you could advance slides, this is Tracy Kennedy speaking from Comms, that would be wonderful.
Are we good for that? Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you. We're going to move into a Zoom meeting today, and I'll start off with Dr. Hoffman. He's Facility Medical Director, Olds Hospital. And we have Janice Stewart, Chief Zone Officer, and we have Dr. Jennifer Bestard, the Zone Medical Director. And also I notice there's a Tracy Kennedy. I'm going to have some of you introduce yourselves. We're not all familiar with those names.
Hi there, I'll start if that's all right. My name is Tracy Kennedy. Good afternoon, Your Worship, members of council. Thanks for the opportunity to speak today. I'm part of the communications and community engagement team here at AHS in the Central Zone, and I'm here to support members of our Central Zone leadership team. I'll also capture any action items for takeaway and as well as tracking questions from the discussion so that we can provide you with an FAQ summary afterwards for your reference. So without further delay, I'll introduce the leadership members here this afternoon and turn it over to them. We have Janice Stewart, Chief Zone Officer for the Central Zone. We have Dr. Jennifer Bestard, the Zone Medical Director, and Dr. Jaco Hoffman, Facility Medical Director for the Olds Hospital and Care Center, and Associate Zone Medical Director for the southeast portion of the Central Zone, who's also serving as the Deputy Zone Medical Director currently. And I'll turn it over to them.
Great, thank you very much. We really appreciate the opportunity to speak with you today. As Tracy said, I'm Janice Stewart. I'm the Chief Zone Officer for the Central Zone. And I'd like to start by providing a few site updates. Tracy, were you going to present the slides?
I think we had, the town was going to present the slides, is that correct?
Yes, we have them up.
Okay, if you could move to the next slide, please. Great, thank you. So I just wanted to start by providing a few updates about the Olds Hospital and Care Center as a segue into our recruitment efforts for both staff and physicians. Currently, we've got all services are fully operational at the site. Earlier this year and on a periodic basis, we experienced some temporary disruption to our obstetrical services as we need to divert patients to alternate facilities due to an acute shortage of our trained staff. And at that time, we've had multiple, at various times, we've had multiple staff off or isolating due to illness. And we've actually got quite a few number of staff that are off on maternity leaves or have taken temporary positions elsewhere within the province, which has caused us some recruitment challenges, specifically in the obstetrics area. When there are service disruptions, which can, for a number of reasons, happen, we occasionally have to divert or close a service, and that's always our very last resort. It's done only after all other options, including redeploying staff and bringing in locums or contracted agency staff, are done and have been exhausted. We must balance between keeping services operational with the safety of our patients and staff. And so when we do a service disruptions, it's always trying to balance patient and staff safety before we enter into that. In other areas of the hospital, we are starting to work on enhancing our medical device reprocessing area. That is starting to move forward. There was an announcement made by government last summer, and we're just still in the process of looking at some of the planning that is required before we can start the construction. It's going to allow us to purchase some new equipment that will further ensure our medical devices used in our surgical suites are clean and sterilized. And that actually helps us reduce the risk of spreading infections caused by viruses and other threats to both staff and to our patients. That redevelopment of our medical device reprocessing department will actually increase our capacity, which will help us to support an expansion of our surgical programs within the Central Zone. The surgical program in Olds has experienced exponential growth over the last few years. We're now utilizing the site's operating rooms 5 days a week, which just a few years ago, they weren't being used that frequently. And we're completing more than 1,400 procedures annually with the support of our local physicians. If any of you that know Dr. Hoffman, he actually supports the surgical program at Olds and one of our anesthetists there. But we also have general surgeons, orthopedic surgeons, and obstetrical surgeons that travel down from Red Deer regularly to the community as well to support surgical services at that site. Next slide, please. What is occurring locally? Yeah, that's it. Thank you. So we continue to recruit staff at that site. We're actively doing headhunting and national-wide marketing campaign to be able to entice staff to come. We always have a number of vacant positions within our workforce, and we've seen a slight increase year over year with our regular vacancies related to some of the challenges we've had during the pandemic. Throughout the pandemic, we've actually created 12,000 brand new positions for Alberta Health Services to support the pandemic. So that would include some of our screeners that you've seen if you've gone into the hospital that ask you about, have you had any recent symptoms? It includes staff to help us with our vaccination programs and our testing programs. Also helps with contact tracing for any outbreaks that occur with either COVID or actually the flu for that matter. And so these new positions were created to be able to support the pandemic needs. And this has further compounded some already existing staffing challenges that we've had in our rural communities. As you can imagine, there aren't 12,000 brand new grads that have come out in that time period. Many of our rural communities are struggling to find staff due to nursing shortages, and this is not unique to Alberta. This is actually being experienced nationwide and worldwide where there is a shortage of healthcare workers. We have been asked why we're posting some of our positions as part-time versus full-time, and it's common for us to have a mix of positions, although I will say that in many of our rural communities, we have a very high number of part-time positions. Only about 20% of our staff are working full-time at this time. And that's for a variety of reasons. We arrived at that 20-80 split over a number of years. Many of it was as a result of staff requests to reduce their full-time equivalency. Some of our staff have young children, or when they come back from their maternity leaves, they no longer want to work full-time. We also have staff members that may choose to have multiple positions so that they have some variety in their work life. And we've also got many of our staff, especially in rural communities, that assist with family businesses such as farming. And so whatever their circumstances are, as an organization, we try to support our staff to retain them in the desired full-time equivalent that they would like to work. It does, however, make it challenging to recruit new people in if you've only got small full-time equivalent positions available. So as well as the part-time positions that allow employers the opportunity to do a bit of an uplift on some of those to assist with the coverage. So we have offered existing part-time staff the opportunity to increase their full-time equivalents in order to be able to better cover some of the vacancies. We are posting casual positions on a regular basis, and we're also looking at trying to post full-time positions, even though we might only have part-time positions available, just for the purposes of recruiting. Replacing maternity leaves now that they're 18 months long for the most part has been quite challenging for us. And at Olds in particular, I think we've got a number of maternity leaves currently, and we have a few staff members that have, as I said, chosen to take some temporary positions actually in the Calgary zone. And so by their union contracts, when they've taken a temporary position elsewhere, we are required to ensure that their position is available for them to come back into, which is what leads us to posting temporary positions to replace them. We are using a variety of methods to recruit staff across the zone and across the province. We're offering opportunities, as I said, for some of our existing staff to increase their full-time equivalent. We're exploring alternate care providers, such as a different mix of RNs and LPNs. We're looking at actively sourcing or headhunting some of our critical positions. This is mostly in our operating rooms, actually, quite frankly, and our critical care unit in Red Deer. And we're directly contacting individuals via LinkedIn, their professional associations, and indeed any other talent networks that we have access to. We also have been using some national-wide marketing campaigns to target for various occupations for our nursing staff, our LPNs, and our healthcare aides. And we've been featuring jobs on our Alberta Health Services career website. And that allows us to do some local spotlights for some of our communities. We've also been working with various municipalities and some of the areas that have their own recruitment and retention committees to help us highlight some of the local amenities and attractions as part of the recruitment packages that we provide to new staff coming in. So all of our job opportunities are publicly posted. That includes our position postings as well. And as per the requirements of any of our collective agreements, they're up for a number of days or a number of weeks, depending on the collective agreement. And sometimes they have them open continuously until they're filled. Advertising for job opportunities is done locally, within the zone, provincially, and nationally, as we try to recruit new staff coming in. We do have a number of qualified applicants from out of country, and we welcome and encourage those to apply to Alberta Health Services. However, we do have to ensure that they meet the regulatory requirements for licensing, and that even though we may have the desire to bring in people from out of country, sometimes it takes a while for them to go through their assessments so that they can be licensed to work. We have been targeting specifically in the U.S. former Canadian grads who have chosen to go south of the border to work, to try and encourage them to come back to Canada, because of course those individuals are Canadian grads previously and would have no difficulty getting registered here. And with that, I'm going to pause and turn it over to my dyad partner, Dr. Bester, to speak about physician recruitment efforts. And then Dr. Hoffman is going to be talking a little bit about the local context.
Thanks, Janice, and good afternoon, everyone. It's nice to be able to meet. I don't think I've had the opportunity to meet everyone. As Janice mentioned, I'm the Zone Medical Director, and I've been in this role for about, I guess, 2.5 years now, just before the pandemic hit. So really nice to meet the town, and I'm happy to have some discussions around physician recruitment today. I know there were many questions that came out from the council before we presented today, so I'm hoping that we'll be able to address many of those questions in the presentation. But just as Janice was speaking, just as much as there's been recruitment and retention efforts for staff that are ongoing, we have other efforts and ongoing measures for getting medical staff or physicians to the various communities in the zone. We are at AHS committed to maintaining a stable workforce and to training and attracting the right number and mix of physicians that are required to support the Albertans in Central Zone. And so within each zone, there is a group called Medical Affairs, and we are responsible for physician workforce planning, recruitment, and retention. And I work directly with Medical Affairs on this recruitment and retention of physicians across the zone. So there is a process, and we'll discuss that. So the goal is to ensure that the physician resources are placed optimally throughout the zone to serve the entire population. And currently in Olds, just so you know, there's 18 physicians for a total of 17.9 FTE. And so 15 of these doctors have a full scope of practice, and 3 who only practice in the community. So there is 17. And when we look at how Olds compares to some of the other communities in the zone, in terms of physician to patient ratios, taking into account sort of the catchment area, the number of individuals that come to seek physician services in that area, we have the community does quite well and has 1 physician for every 740 patients. And say comparatively to Innisfil's ratio, it's nearly double, as is Three Hills. So Three Hills and Innisfil would have 1 doctor for every 1,400 patients, whereas Olds currently right now has 1 doctor for every 740. If you could switch slides, that would be great. So the number and the type of job postings, and whether they are for community-only practice or for positions that also work in the hospital and have hospital privileges, it's really determined by a number of factors. One of those factors is the population. And so I know a lot of times when we're meeting with councils, everyone wants to figure out how we determine the population. And we do use a standardized process that allows for us to compare communities and their physician needs based on the population ratio, as I mentioned. And we don't just look at permanent residents, but as mentioned, we look at the catchment area. And of course, some places increase in size during summer months, some have larger catchments than others. So we do take that into account. As another important thing that we also take into account is family practice has changed over the years, where panel sizes or the number of patients that each physician might see has changed over the years. Whereas other physicians a number of years ago may have had a very large panel size, typically around, say, 1,200 to 1,500 patients in the past. Newer graduates are shifting to a slightly smaller panel size, where they might, have between 1 to 800, 1 to 1,200. So we're aware that the new recruits may not be a 1-for-1 replacement, and so we take that into account when we're trying to replace a retiring physician. We also look at the number of physicians We also look at the number of physicians who are doing full scope rural practice. So that would include working in the emergency departments, working in the acute care portion of the facility, likely includes working in long-term care in addition to working in the community practice. We look for the right mix when we're looking at doing job postings. We also look, before we do any postings, at how many physicians in the community might be taking other patients or might have the capacity to take other patients. We look at the age of local physicians. We try to anticipate what retirements might be coming out or coming up in the near future. We gather input and advice from local medical leadership, and we've got Dr. Hoffman, as mentioned, with us here today. We also get feedback from all the community physicians. We do rely on local perspective and guidance, which is gathered through regular staff meetings with those individuals that work at the hospital. And this input is really invaluable in assisting and in deciding where and when to post jobs. So just for awareness, this is the same process that happens throughout the various communities across the zone and the various facilities. We post new physician positions through something called an impact analysis, which looks at the factors that I've just mentioned to help to determine when new positions are needed and how many. And so for awareness, an impact analysis or job posting is done when there's a replacement. So once someone decreases their practice, significantly changes their type of practice, or when they retire or when they move away. And sometimes we have net new physicians, as mentioned, depending on population growth, significant practice change, creation of a new service. Next slide, please. Did that get advanced? Yeah, I think so. So recruitment process and current efforts. We have a dedicated recruitment team at Medical Affairs that pursues both Canadian and internationally trained physicians. So physician resource planners in the Central Zone work with the community partners and local health advisory councils, Rural Health Professionals Action Plan, which is RPAP, that many of you may be familiar with in terms of helping get rural physicians into rural communities, as well as independent community retention and recruitment physician committees. I just want everyone to be aware that physicians are private practitioners, so they're small business owners, and they determine or direct the work in their private clinics. So AHS, I help to recruit and retain physicians to a community, but we have no authority or jurisdiction over private practices or the independent community practices. And so as such, we don't recruit physicians to specific clinics, but we recruit physicians to communities where there's need. And then the physicians can either look to opening their own clinic, or they can look to the various clinics that might be available in their community and make the decision around where they hope to practice. So for awareness, there is a different process for physicians that are recruited from the Canadian pool of graduates versus physicians that we recruit from international medical graduates. So international medical graduates require a license review by the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Alberta. This is a regulatory body that licenses physicians that is outside of AHS. So we don't have any control over that, but that CPSA is the regulatory body that looks at the type of training that a physician from another country has received. And then those physicians, if they meet a certain number of qualifications, then undergo a 3-month practice assessment in a community outside of the community that they're recruited to. And then once they pass that 3 months in another community, they then undergo another 3-month practice assessment in the community that they're recruited to for a total of 6 months. It's only then after those 6 months of assessments are complete and that the college is reassured that they meet the qualifications and standards of physicians practicing in Alberta, they then become a full-fledged member of the community as a practicing physician. So, as mentioned, if they don't pass, they are not going to be permitted to work in Alberta. Canadian graduates don't have to go through this practice assessment, and once they've graduated and received their license after passing all their exams, they would be able to start working in a community as soon as they're hired. Now, the other piece to this is while AHS works to facilitate the process as best we can, we don't have any authority over the licensing process. So sometimes it can take a little bit of time from the time we recruit a physician that has trained in another country until they are put into their practice assessment by the college. There may be a time gap, and as much as we might try to encourage that in a fast manner, or we don't have any control over when those things are booked. And so as soon as they're booked and complete, then the individual can start. Our process of appointment and privileging is actually quite quick. And then so that sort of gives you an overview of my piece, and hopefully has answered some of your questions. And now I'm going to turn it over to Dr. Hoffman to discuss the specific recruitment efforts in Olds at this time. Thanks, Jaco.
Yeah, thank you. Good afternoon, council members, and let me just start by saying thank you for all the work you guys do for our town, and for the privilege to speak here today. So some might be a little bit repetitive here, but I'm just going to speak to specifically the hospital privileges part. Physicians wishing to join AHS, so Alberta Health Services medical staff, that is those who have hospital privileges, need to apply after first receiving appropriate credentials from the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Alberta. So physicians must meet every CPSA requirement and condition for licensure to return to scope of practice in Alberta before AHS can process that appointment request. This process is the same for all zones in our province, and privileges, so in other words, when physicians come work at our sites, are site specific. And even though the physician may have skills and license, privileges are not always awarded, even if a physician chooses to undertake additional training. In order to make a decision about whether to approve a request for clinical privileges, a physician's credentials and must be aligned with factors such as the following. The patient's need for clinical activity for those privileges, site capacity for safe delivery of the clinical activity to be privileged. That would be an example of neurosurgery wanting to be done in Olds, which probably would not be appropriate. An assessment for specific education, training, experience, and maintenance of competence requirements for safe delivery of clinical activity being requested, and organizational resources available to support or provide those clinical services. The type of services granted may not always be exactly what is applied for, depending on those considerations. The Alberta Health Services medical staff bylaws are then used as a guide for those processes to ensure the fairness of those applying. Applications are received by the applicable clinical department heads or leads, who together make a recommendation to accept, deny, or amend the application. This recommendation then goes to the Zone Application Review Committee to accept, deny, or amend it. That is a highly abridged overview of the clinical privileges process. In all cases, the granting of clinical privileges consider the same factors. 1, the need of AHS. 2, the practitioner workforce plan. 3, the resources available or the facilities requirement for the requested procedures and access to Alberta Health Services and programs. And 4, the practitioner's training, experience, demonstrated skills and ability, and the current clinical competence. Janice, I'll give it back to you now, and then we can get into some questions.
Great. Thanks very much, Dr. Hoffman. So as you've heard during our presentation, we're continuing our efforts to recruit both staff and physicians to Olds. Jaco, I'm not sure if you talked about there's 4 open recruitment postings for physicians currently, and those are in process. And so we want to make sure that we've got a good, robust health service for Olds. It serves a large catchment area and is an important part of our health system within the central zone. And we're going to continue to work on those recruitment and retention pieces of our staff and physicians with our partners like RPAP and any of the communities that are interested in working with us. As I said, we have a number of other communities where we partner directly either with the county or with the town itself on ways to actually retain people. What we're finding is that a lot of people that move to a community and are new to a community feel like an outsider. So we can get them there, but we need your help in keeping them there and making them feel welcome. We're also going to continue to explore the opportunity to offer additional satellite programs for nurses and rehabilitation staff in the communities with post-secondary partners as part of our Grow Your Own. Currently, we have a partnership with the University of Calgary to run a remote rural RN program out of our Wainwright site. And we took in the first set of 8 students last fall and are posed to start the next set of 8 this fall for the full 4-year BN program or Bachelor of Nursing program. And all of the people that have applied live within about 100 or 150 kilometers of Wainwright. So we recognize that if we can get them while they're coming out of high school and encourage them to stay and learn in their communities, they're more likely to stay in their communities. And so part of that strategy, we're looking at trying to partner with areas like the Olds College and continuing to collaborate with students to try and ensure that we've got appropriate placements for them in all of our rural facilities. We recognize fully that once they've had the rural experience that many of our new grads love it there and would choose to come back. And so we are doing our very best to try and encourage them to do that. As far as the vacancies that we've discussed today, as soon as those are filled, we would like to explore some new opportunities and also to keep you informed with some of the services that we're looking at with the Olds Hospital. As I had mentioned, it's an important surgical site for us, and it actually does quite a few of our fracture care that come in through Red Deer. A number of people come out to Olds to have their surgery rather than staying in Red Deer. So it is an important part of our health system. And with that, I think we're done with what we were going to present to you. So really want to thank you for your attention. And we are happy to take any questions that you may have.
Well, thank you very much for your presentation, and I will open it up to council for questions. Councillor Ryan. Councillor Blatt, she was.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh. I'm through you, and I don't know who would answer this question, but I'd like to go back to the 18 practicing physicians. And where do they practice within the community? Is it within only one clinic, or is it with both clinics that we have? And are these doctors or physicians able to take on new patients? Because I do see some social media postings that have said that they can't find a physician within our community because nobody appears to be taking on any new patients. So I don't know if you're able to answer those questions, but I would just like to know
Yeah,
some of the answers.
Thank you so much. So I'm sure you're aware. It's good to see you again. I'll take this question, then Dr. Hoffman can add. But there are 2 clinics in Olds right now. One has physicians that are working in community-only practice, and then the other clinic, which has more physicians. They work both doing a variety of different things. So when we look at the types of job postings we put up, we look at what else is needed in terms of what special skills might be needed in the community. So we look at the need for community physicians. We look at the need for specialized skills, like someone who can do full scope, meaning in the emergency department and also on the acute ward. We may need some physicians that also have some anesthesia background. And so we take all those things into account. We do the job openings. And so when we look at all these things and we look at who's taking patients, we then post jobs depending on what the need is. And so what we have open right now, as Janice had suggested, are 4 IAs. We aren't in any urgent need to recruit, but we are hoping to recruit a GP with some specialized skills in obstetrics. We are hoping to, in a couple of years, a replacement for a GPA. We're also looking for somebody who might do basic obstetrics. We are looking for emergency physicians that work in the emergency department as well. And so we take those things into account. The other thing that when, and this has come up in other communities about how individuals can find a physician or become attached to a physician. And so there are mechanisms on the CPSA webpage on listing what physicians in what communities are taking on patients. And so we'll make sure that's included in the FAQs that come out after this, as well as we have also been connecting or suggesting that patients connect with the PCNs. And so the PCNs often have lists of physicians that might be taking patients. And so those would be the two resources. And certainly when there are significant changes in physicians' practices, we then look to recruit new physicians to community, which is why we've got these new positions open. Any position with advanced skills will also have a requirement for the physician to do community practice. And so we're working on those pieces.
Councillor Ryan, go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh. Okay, I've just heard that. However, I'm not sure that really spoke to the question that was being asked, which is you mentioned we had 18 physicians or 17.9 FTEs. 15 were full scope of what you call full scope. 3 are only practicing in the community. And then you had mentioned earlier that you have, Olds has a ratio of 1 physician for 750, or for 1 physician to every 740 patients. So what I want to find out from you is exactly these numbers of doctors, are they all classified as being in a clinic, like one of the 2 clinics? Are they only working in the hospital? What's the breakdown? And then also, what is the population that you're basing the 1 in 740 patients on?
Yeah, no worries. So the population that we're using for this ratio comes from, we keep a community profile within medical affairs on all the various communities. So the population we're looking at is about 13,500 for population. The physicians, sorry, I thought I mentioned it, but I was speaking a lot. We do have general practitioners, the ones that are full scope, which means they have a community practice and they work in the hospital in some capacity. There's 15 of those in one clinic. There are 2 physicians in another clinic that do not work in the hospital. They are community only, but giving you the sort of 17.3 total FTE of physicians that have community practices. And so that would be the number.
Supplementary, Councillor Ryan?
Yes, thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Walsh, and yes, supplemental to that. So of these physicians that are classified in the 1 clinic in particular that have hospital privileges, are they full-time physicians? Do they work 5 days a week at the clinic?
So the way individuals practice if they have specialized skills, and Yakud could speak to this as well, they divide their time, as do all full scope practices, between duties that might be in hospital duties, such as covering off the emergency department. So any of our facilities that have an open ED have a 24-hour coverage of emergency departments 365 days a year. And so some of them also may have specialized anesthesia skills, etc. And so they may be dividing their time between clinical practice. And so, no, if you have duties, obviously, where you're working in the emergency department, you would not be working 5 days a week in clinic, which is why we sort of try to keep track of everything so that if there is any deficit in any particular physician need, we will open, we will open more job postings. We don't in rural often recruit to community only, because we do need to have a full staff roster to help with all the other pieces. So it's always a balance. If people were in their community clinics more and not working the ED, there would be a service disruption or concerns there. If they're in the ED, then they're not in community. So we try to make sure we have enough physicians and recruiting enough to cover all of those various areas. And this would be the same thing in all our rural communities. So I don't generally recruit to just community, because there's so many needs for full scope practice in these communities. So they balance between their work based on what's needed. Did you want to add anything to that, Dr. Hoffman?
Yeah, no, the answer to that question is absolutely no. There's very few that would be 5 days a week in the office, just because of the nature of the work that they do. Remember, physicians provide work in many areas of the hospital. So there's we have an obstetrical group, which is 6 of us, 7 of us who share a call roster for covering obstetrics right now out of the PCN and at the facility. Then we share our emergency call roster. We have a hospitalist program now where there's a physician on duty for the inpatients due to the acuity and the complexity that we share for patients. There's a few clinicians that take care of their own inpatients at this point. We also have our long-term care. We provide services at the Olds College. We provide services at Sunrise Encore. So that generally would not keep any physician 5 days a week in the clinic per se. And as was mentioned earlier in this presentation, there is definitely a change in the way newer graduates practice. So to say to council, for instance, my practice involves, I do surgery, I do emerge, I do obstetrics, I do anesthesia, I do clinic, I do long-term care and those type of things. And I think I'm the last of the dinosaurs that came through like that. We don't see clinicians doing that anymore. Clinicians do not practice that way. They practice mainly either community-based, or they'll still in rural practice, both community and hospital-based, but with lesser burden on that. So there's definitely a change in the way physicians practice coming through out of residency than before. So those are all things that needs to be taken into account. But the answer to the question was, would physicians be 5 days a week in the clinic? And absolutely no. And I don't think you'll find that in any other community, because of all the requirements that is on physicians to provide services in different areas.
Thank you. Councillor Wilson, you have a question.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh, and thanks to the delegation for your time. And thanks for the clarity around the 17.9, because clearly I think what it says to Mary and Joe Public is there are not 17.9 GPs or physicians available, 8:30 to 4 o'clock Monday through to Friday. That's been made clear, and I think that's a good message for our residents. Does the workforce, I have 2 questions. Does the workforce planning, can it take into account, because we've talked about full scope versus kind of in the community, and the fact there are only 3 in the community. Can the workforce planning take into account the fact that we have full scope physicians, hence they're not available all the time, and as well their personal schedules. And I'm not going to, take exception to personal schedules, but physicians choosing to work only a couple days a week or part-time or whatever. Can the workforce planning accommodate that? And my other question is, when a doctor leaves the area and has privileges, how are those privileges passed on or reassigned? Thank you.
No, those are great questions. And I can, so definitely in workforce planning, we do take into account the number of community physicians. So just to give you a sense of the difference, though, also between Canadian graduates and international medical graduates, Canadian graduates can generally set up practice wherever they want, and they could be community only. If they should choose to. International medical graduates are sponsored, and so there is a significant cost to their recruitment, and so the cost is fairly significant per recruit, and so we want to make sure that we're not recruiting physicians that are not able to help us with the various things that were required in rural Alberta. And so we don't recruit international medical graduates to community only. And so, really right now, that's why we've got 4 open IAs that we're starting to work on. And I'm saying that, we've got some with full scope practice, but we've got a GP with some OBS, so a GP who could also do deliveries, a GP that would help cover emergency, but it would be, expected that those GPs would also provide a community practice. And so I don't have any jurisdiction over how many days a week that are, but when I recruit somebody from another country, they do come under a service agreement, something called a return of service agreement, because of the sponsorship and the cost, and those are usually for 5 years. And so we wouldn't be recruiting someone from another country and then having them do 1 day a week. It would be expected in their contract that they're a community physician, they would open a panel, they would take new patients. The expectation would be that they'd have a panel around probably the 700, 800 we spoke about, as well as covering off some emergency shifts. So we definitely take what's going on in the community into account in our workforce planning, absolutely.
So Dr. Bastard, I think for physicians, if I look at some of the larger urban zones, most their GP physicians tend not to work in facility-based care. They are strictly community care, and not having to cover shifts in the emerge, etc. Usually their panel sizes are quite a bit larger than what we would recruit into in rural, right? So they might be around the 1,500 mark because they're only doing Monday to Friday clinics in the community. And so the recruitment to rural practice takes into consideration that the panel sizes have to be smaller, because the expectation is that they do provide facility-based care in addition to community practice.
Well, and usually like rural medicine attracts physicians that like to do multiple things. And so they wouldn't want to have just a community-based practice, but they're quite interested in other aspects of health. And so it's commonplace for all the physicians that are recruited to rural to do a multitude of different things, in terms of, which is really nice for continuity of care, such that the family physician that you might have in the community is also the same one that might be following you in the hospital, or that sort of thing. There are some teams that sometimes follow in the hospital, but this way in rural, there can really be, your physician can follow you from the time you've had your children right through to looking after those children later. And so it really is a unique experience, and it attracts a certain type of physician that likes to do that kind of work.
Councillor Daly has a question.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh. Thank you to the panel for your presentation and explaining the situation to us. And I think what we see as front and center is the availability of physicians to be able to visit patients within the clinic. And it's come very front and center for me that the more auxiliary type work that the physicians do, it seems like there's less time available to spend within the clinic visiting the patients. Would that be a correct assumption to say?
Well, and certainly as the demands increase on certain types of, say, subspecialty work, like as Janice had mentioned, we're doing more surgery in Olds than ever, which is really exciting. It really makes Olds a center of excellence for certain types of surgery. Potentially a GP with specialized skills in anesthesia or things may be working in that more, but that's certainly what we're taking into account as we post jobs. So just so you know, we are being very proactive in terms of what we're looking for workforce for you with having these IAs open. Some communities don't have any IAs or job postings. So think of them as sort of as job postings, and they're in process, they're approved, etc. Some communities in rural communities don't have any open at all right now. So, and some have had some open for a number of years, and we just can't seem to attract physicians into those positions. So I have never had, we've never had difficulty, and maybe you could speak to it, Jaco, we've never had trouble recruiting physicians into Olds, and I don't predict that we will as we go through this process. But our goals are the same as yours, which is to have physicians available to see patients in the community, as well as have physicians available should they need to go to the facility. And I mean, you bring up a very valid point. We don't want to have our physicians working so much in the facility such that they can't get access, patients can't get access to the community physician, and then they have to go to the emergency room. That defeats the purpose because that's the only place they can see their doctor. So we would not want that. And so we do take all those things into account as we're workforce planning for physicians.
Supplemental question, Councillor Daly?
So thank you for that answer. And so in the posting of the IAs then, do we ask for that community physician then, more so than the auxiliary stuff, so that we can backfill, so that this need is fulfilled?
Yes. So whenever we do these job postings with these extra skills, the bulk of it is still meant to be community practice with the emerge of, so for example, I'm a neurologist, and so I have community practice here in Red Deer a certain number of days a week, or I did before I was in administration, and then one day a week I would be on call. So the bulk of what I was doing. And so when we put up these postings, we don't want the bulk of what they're doing to be these specialized, auxiliary things. We want the bulk of what they are doing to be community practice and to be accessible. And that is right in the contracts. And so because what we don't want is to have a whole bunch of family physicians subspecializing in smaller communities and then picking and sort of choosing what they do, and then not being able to provide the GP service, the general practitioner family physician service to the community. So we do take that into effect, and we're monitoring and watching. And I mean, certainly during the pandemic, workflows have changed even for physicians as we've had to do more. Physicians have also been sick and had COVID and are tired. And so I think that we may be seeing some of that a little bit as well. And I think Janice alluded to that in the nursing staff issues. And so, we're having to rebalance work life as well. And as you've mentioned, you don't begrudge any physician from doing those sorts of things, but we are really trying to monitor that in all communities. And that's why it's great to have Jaco right down on the ground, watching those things and looking at it. And that's why, we've got these sort of job postings coming forward and to workforce plan for the coming year.
Thank you, Councillor Wilson, and Councillor Ryan.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh. And I direct a question out to the delegation. And I asked it earlier, and I'll re-ask it. So how are hospital privileges reassigned, either in the case of a physician who, retires, leaves the province, or a physician who goes to a neighboring community? How and when are hospital privileges reassigned?
That's my fault. I missed the second question. Privileges are not reassigned to an individual. Privileges are given to each individual after they are hired into a post. So if someone was to leave the hospital, and I say I had privileges at the Olds Hospital and I leave, my privileges don't go to someone else. They post a job. The person hires into that job, then I apply for privileges. And the individual that might be coming in might have a different skill set than the person that's leaving. Often we try to recruit a replacement. So say it was I could do obstetrics and I left, we would hope to replace that with someone who did obstetrics, but they would not be given my privileges. They would be given a new set of privileges based on things they could do. And so they might have extra special skills or something like that. So they're not transferred. So if there is a need, then we post another job, and it's a replacement job, a replacement IA, then that person's hired, and then they apply for privileges. And so privileges are linked to the individual, but also to the site. So some physicians may travel to another site to do some work, or if someone was sick, they need to go and help cover a shift somewhere. They have privileges to that facility, get privileges to that facility as well. So one particular physician might have privileges at a number of different sites. Does that answer your privileging question? Sorry, you had asked 2 questions and I missed that second answer. Does that help you?
Go ahead, your supplementary question, Councillor Wilson.
Thank you. I've been given permission to ask the supplementary question, and so that does help to take me down the path of understanding. So you mentioned if a physician leaves a hospital, there would be a posting. What about in the case, though, where we have a clinic with physicians who don't have privileges, want privileges, and I understand there's a process, they have to apply and meet criteria and everything, but is there the opportunity, the possibility that those, what I'll call vacant hospital privileges, would be assigned, considered to a current residing physician who doesn't have those any privileges right now?
Absolutely. So they would just have to apply for the open job posting, and if they met the requirements, they would apply for the job and those privileges. And if they meet the qualifications, then there would be no reason why a current physician working in community that didn't have privileges wouldn't get them. Now, that being said, if we were, and I'm not talking to Olds specifically, but if I was to be out of practice, meaning out of hospital practice and not be on call for a period of time, or if I wasn't looking after emergency patients or acute care patients for some time, there might be a requirement by the college to do some retraining to make sure that I still have the skills, because obviously the skills for working in a community practice are different than the skills that are required for working in an emergency department or even looking after patients on an acute care ward. So it may be that that individual would need to go through some sort of retraining or, some sort of observership from the college to make sure that their skills are up to par before they get in. But if this individual's been working elsewhere, has privileges elsewhere, and they have the qualifications to apply for that job posting to get privileges, absolutely they would be considered amongst the other candidates.
Councillor Ryan, you have a question.
Thank you very much, Deputy Mayor Walsh. So I'm just going to go along on this privilege topic, and that is, so it just sounds to me like there is is there a limit? Is there a restriction of how many doctors have privileges within the hospital? And then what are they in Olds?
So yes, so we don't give physicians privileges if the skills aren't needed. So just like we wouldn't hire more nurses at a hospital than are needed, there has to be a job posting that matches the need. And so that's the other thing. So if a number of physicians were suddenly to move into Stettler and set up practice in community, they wouldn't automatically get privileges to the hospital if we already have a workforce that is enough to do that work. There would have to be a need at that hospital. They would have to apply for that position. You don't automatically get privileges just because you live in a community. So the two have to match. The privileges come after a job posting. And so the job posting, you apply for the job, you get the job that's needed at the hospital site, and then you get privileges.
Okay, so just for clarity then, there isn't a limitation of how many people have privileges. It all goes to matter of what kind of physicians you need at the hospital at that particular time.
That's right. That's exactly right. And so I suppose there's a limit in that we wouldn't give people more privileges than the workforce at the hospital that we need. I wouldn't have, like, if there was a need for in a community 5 physicians and there was 15, they all wouldn't get privileges just because they live in that community. There would have to be a need for their services at the hospital.
Councillor Cummings, you have a question.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So there's been a lot of talk, of course, here at the table about doctors, physicians in our community and the need for those physicians. But I'd like to talk about something that's slightly different than physicians. So we know there's a shortage of physicians all over the country. We're importing physicians from all over the world because we don't have enough in Canada. So is Medical Affairs and Alberta Health Services looking at other options than physicians, like physician's assistants or nurse practitioners, to come into our community to augment the medical practitioners, the MDs in our community?
I don't know if you want to answer from the nurse practitioner standpoint, Janice, then I can do the other piece around physicians.
Yeah, so we're very open to looking at other practitioners. Of course, there are different funding options, right? Because physicians are fee for service, they bill Alberta Health directly, whereas nurse practitioners would have to be an employee. We do have a few nurse practitioners throughout the zone, but the number of new seats available for nurse practitioners is quite limited, and so most of them tend to focus in specialty areas. We have a few that are in long-term care, and we've got in the urban zones where the bulk of the nurse practitioners work, they would work in like critical care or cardiac surgery or neurosurgery, those kinds of subspecialties. So we are very open to looking at nurse practitioners, augmenting our physician group in the community. We do have one up in Vermilion that actually carries a full panel. I think she's got 1,600 patients on her panel and supports primary care in that community. So we are open to it. Our issue is going to be finding people. Because there aren't that many that are educated on an annual basis, and not that many that are educated specifically in the primary care domain.
Thanks, Janice. And we are looking for some similar workforce with respect to clinical assistants and physician's assistants for communities as well. So actually right now there's a proposal going forward from the 3 rural zones, so the North Zone, Central Zone, and South Zone around, hoping to increase this particular workforce to support exactly as you've said. The thing is actually finding the individuals as well. So for awareness, there is not a physician's assistant training program in Alberta, and so right now they're harder to come by, and they tend to live in urban centers. Clinical assistants are usually physicians that are from another country, and so we get them, we have them for a couple of years, train them, and they work with us. And then when residency positions open up in Canada, they apply to them and then they leave. And so it is sort of a good method of getting help in communities for a period of time. We've used clinical assistants successfully at the Red Deer Hospital, but for example, we just lost 3 of our 4 clinical assistants within 2 weeks when they applied to residency positions. And so there's quite a turnover with clinical assistants, and certainly that isn't what we'd want, to get somebody out to Olds and working and in the community for a year to have them leave. So there are going to be a bit of unique challenges, but we definitely are putting forward some requests for funding for those types of individuals to help in basically could be anywhere in the zone.
Follow-up question, Councillor Cummings?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. So just to follow up on that idea of the nurse practitioners and the physician's assistants. So you mentioned that there was no program in Alberta that teaches or instructs the physician's assistants program. I'm going to make a slight adjustment to that. So the Canadian Armed Forces does employ and create physician's assistants. There's quite a few of them operating here in Alberta, but under different rules, I understand that. But the nurse practitioners, is there a program in Alberta that creates nurse practitioners?
Yeah, there's 3 programs. So the University of Calgary, and they've actually suspended admitting new nurse practitioners or new nurses to train them as nurse practitioners. They're only going to train existing nurse practitioners to subspecialize. The Athabasca University has a program, and they do primary care, I understand, but I don't know how many seats they have per year. And the University of Alberta has the largest program, but again, primarily specializes in some of the specialty care rather than primary care.
Councillor Daly, you have a question.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Welsh. Lots of information here, all new to me as far as the structure of the way that AHS is set up. Correct me if I'm wrong, that you did mention there is a model for urban and there's a model for rural healthcare where in urban, there may be more physicians that are stationed within the facilities, whereas in rural, it's more of a combination between clinic and facility. Where's the tipping point where you turn the model to a urban model from a rural model? Is there a population point? Is there a facilities point, or what determines when this happens?
I think that's a good question. Certainly in the cities, so you do have it right. In the cities, there's more community-based practice, and many of those family physicians don't work in the hospitals. Whereas in rural, it tends to attract the physicians that like to work and do both hospital work and in the clinic. I'm not against recruiting community-only physicians. They're just very hard to come by. There's many of the individuals that stay in an urban, there's just some unique challenges that I'm sure Janice faces as well in terms of, accessibility, sometimes the spouse issues, and there's many reasons why people may stay as a family physician in urban and not come. I would be happy to recruit community only. It's just, I'm not sure, it may be a little bit challenging to recruit Canadian grads to community only in smaller communities, but I'm certainly not against that. And I don't think there's any sort of decision around the population size that sort of tips. For example, though, there has been a transition in Red Deer. So Red Deer family physicians used to be full scope as well, and they would go into the hospital and do rounds and follow their own patients. As the regional, though, however, and they would do their own deliveries. As the regional has become busier, though, and the population of Red Deer proper has grown, they couldn't divide their practices in the same way. And so many of those family physicians decided to give up their privileges and say, I'm not going to work in the hospital anymore. We've hired physicians that only work in the hospital, that do hospitalist work, et cetera. And so there's been more of a division there. But I would say you're getting to that size of a hospital before you're seeing that you are attracting people. And it's still very, very hard to attract family physicians to Red Deer. It's a challenge as well. I've had to recruit many graduates from other countries, even for Red Deer. And so the cities don't realize this either. They do these training and they're like, oh, you must have lots of doctors, family doctors in Red Deer. And that's not the case. I'm very challenged. And their ratio is much worse. And they are working community only. So that really, I was a bit vague, but there's no sort of tipping point. And I would say that that's happened recently in the last 5 years or so in Red Deer. But I'm open to community only, but it would be unlikely we'd be able to get those recruits.
And Dr. Bastard, I think it's fair to say that generally speaking for our rural communities, as physicians get older, that's when they tend to come to us and ask to give up their hospital privileges and just work in the community because they don't want to do the on-call. They don't want to be called in the middle of the night. It's just too hard from a work-life balance. As we all get older, it's harder to do those on-call practices. And so we do see for more senior physicians that there tends to be a trend for them to request to withdraw from hospital privileges.
Thank you.
Okay, Councillor Wilson, you have another question.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh. I'll turn the question again back to the physician side of things. Are you able to inform us, tell us, my understanding is there's the two community-based practices or clinics and Olds, or what I'll call community-based. Can you inform us for those two clinics, how many of the physicians at those clinics have hospital privileges at each clinic?
Oh, sorry if I was, so I believe it's 15 of the physicians in one clinic have hospital privileges. And I don't believe that the other two at the other clinic have privileges, but privileges aren't based on what clinic they're working in. So it doesn't matter, like you could, like some of the existing clinic that has 15 doctors, 5 of them could, break off from that community clinic and form their own clinic, and it would have no effect over their privileges, because privileges aren't linked to where they practice in the community. The privileges are linked to what they're doing at the hospital, and there has to be a need at the hospital for those individuals to have privileges. So any of the job postings I've got up now for 4 would be for physicians that we hope to come into the community and to do some work at the hospital. And so it would be understood that anybody that applies for those jobs would then get privileges to the facility. Does that help with your question?
Yep, no, thank you. And certainly from your previous comments, I do realize and appreciate that it isn't linked specific to the clinic, but to other criteria. So thank you.
Perfect. Yeah, no worries at all.
I'm a little conscious of the time here and that you were committed from 3 to 4. How's your time on your side?
I still have time if there's more questions, no problem at all.
Okay. Mayor Dahl, you have a question.
I recall in one of your comments you mentioned how there are certain privileges that other clinics may have, not necessarily tied to the hospital. Is that correct?
No, I mean, privileges are always tied to a hospital, but some individual physicians may have privileges at more than one site.
Thank you, that's what I meant, yes.
Yeah, sorry, yeah. So they might have more because, especially during COVID, what we did as one of the strategies to make sure that none of the facilities, to the best of our ability, would be closed to patients when we were seeing, and especially at the beginning of the pandemic, we didn't know. I ended up giving privileges to physicians for multiple sites to make sure that they were ready to go if suddenly Dr. X at Rocky Mountain House fell sick with COVID. I wanted Dr. Y to be able to come from Olds and just go there and work, and you couldn't work at a facility without privileges. And so we had mechanisms to have people privileged at multiple sites so they could go and help to make sure facilities stayed open.
Councillor Daly.
And
Sorry. Go, you finish, and I'll have Councillor Daly ask his question.
Yeah. So, and then the other piece is just, it gets into a lot of details, but you guys want lots of details, so I'll give them. Your privileges at your main site are not usually time linked. So I work at Red Deer Hospital. I don't have to keep renewing my privileges. Largely, if I was to step in suddenly, though, and cover at another site, it would be for a defined period of time. So, I'm going to be working at Stettler from, Saturday until Friday. I would have privileges time linked to that particular facility, but I would maintain my privileges at the facility that I work at primarily.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh. My question would be, I think for Dr. Hoffman, is that what is the pressure on our hospital now in Olds? Is it 100% or is it 75% or are we sitting at a 150 kind of percent? I'm just interested in what our bed capacity or our efficiency is at.
Thank you very much. That's a great question. I don't think I'll be able to accurately answer in 100 or 150%, but I can give you this approach that your hospital and Olds have done a fantastic job over the whole pandemic in terms of maintaining services beyond what we expected, and you have a great crew there. Not only from the physician side, but from the nursing side. There's always people wanting to work overtime or more. And I think, this conversation about privileges is a very important conversation, but the services has always been maintained at the site, which is fantastic. So our surgical services is running at 100%, if I can say that, but I think Janice can do it. We actually are over our expected amount of cases that we're doing by, I'm not sure the percentage mark, but we're doing more than what we can. Our acute care is full, so it's a capacity. And then at times when we have challenges with staff, so for instance, people being off on sick leave, or suddenly having some crisis from the operational or the medical side. Sometimes we have to make the beds utilization a little bit less, but we fill those beds all the time. So so let's say we go from 34 beds to 32 beds, those 32 beds will be filled. And as soon as we have staff to fill the 34, those 2 beds are filled right away. Our day surgery have been fantastic in the work that they've done throughout the whole pandemic. We've been able to service our patients, taking care of their surgical needs, helping out with trauma cases, and our emergency department is running at 100% capacity throughout this pandemic. So to say to council that, you know what, there's always a delicate balance when you look at workforce planning, right? And that needs to be understood. You need to make sure that there is a need for clinicians to come in, and this whole process was discussed with you in detail. But you also have to take into account the expertise and the skills of the clinicians that's currently working there. And what I'm alluding to is, if you have a clinician that's providing certain skills and he or she is only able to practice those skills, let's say twice or 3 times in a month, that sometimes is not the best thing as well. You know, if you take, for instance, from the anesthesia perspective in our facility, we're doing more and more cases. We're doing more complex cases. So we really can't have a clinician that comes in and are in the office 4 days a week and providing anesthesia care maybe twice a month. I don't think that's fair to the clinician. It's also not fair to the service that they're rendering. So you need to have the best people doing the best work at the best time, right? And you also, you know, have to be cognizant of the fact that if you dilute the work at the hospital too much, you might get, especially in the current climate that we are now, physicians have many choices, and that's the truth. They really do. We're losing physicians to other provinces. We're losing physicians to other areas. If it's just the climate that we live in. So it's a delicate balance, and one that we're trying to manage as best as we can. We always want to provide the people living in Olds with the best experience when they come to the hospital. And I can't talk too much for the clinic experience, but I tell you that that is my expectation as well, that when any individual living in Olds and surrounding area come to an office, that they have the best care and the best experience there as well. I hope that answered some of your question.
Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh. Just a question around the 4, I believe you call them IAs, the 4 vacancies. I'm just wondering, so when those vacancies candidates accept, how and where are they assigned? Again, in my mind, we have 2 community-based practices or clinics. 4 individuals come in, 4 physicians come in. How and where are they assigned? How is that determined?
Yeah, so that's a great question. So we have a search and selection committee that do the interviews for the job. It usually involves, it's slightly different from community to community, but it usually involves the facility medical director. So Dr. Hoffman, it'll involve a recruiter from medical affairs. It usually includes a physician. We try to have a physician from potentially a variety of different sort of backgrounds and make sure that we've got a community voice of of the physicians working. And then what happens is they apply for the position. If they're a good candidate, then we take them to the various clinics. We say, and sometimes in some places like Red Deer, they don't want any new recruits. They're not looking for physicians in their own private practice. So medical affairs then arranges, our recruiter arranges for them to have meetings with the various clinics. They have business it's a business deal that they're making with that private clinic. And so then the new recruit is free to choose which clinic they would prefer to go to. So they might go to 1 clinic, they might go to 2 clinics. You would hope that clinics don't offer to take on new physicians if they don't have room. That wouldn't make much sense. But that physician could also choose to strike out on their own and start their own clinic. There is no obligation for them to join any particular clinic. So for example, when I arrived here in Red Deer as a neurologist, I had the option to join a couple of clinics, but I thought, you know what, I think I'd feel more comfortable having my own clinic. So I opened my own clinic. Now, I don't think anybody would do that in a rural environment. It's quite expensive to run your own clinic by yourself, but that's certainly an option. So we meet with each clinic that would, or like the candidate can meet with each clinic that would like to have them. They can, and then they come back to us and say, you know what, I've decided Clinic A. Then whatever they do with Clinic A and whatever business arrangement they have, whatever overhead, whatever they do is totally in Clinic A's. We have no say over that whatsoever. I hope that helps. But they're given the opportunity to look at both clinics or multiple clinics.
Yes, thank you very much, crystal clear.
Could I just, sorry, if I may, if I can just add on to that, just for town council's awareness and that in Olds we've had a very stable workforce for 10 years. So that's very unheard of in a rural community to have such a stable, strong workforce in terms of physicians that stay that long within communities and continue to practice. So that's why when we talk about these processes, it might sound a little bit foreign because we didn't have to implement them. The services at the facility is still at this very moment. There's not a day that go by in our facility that we don't have services covered. And we understand that there is a need within the community, and we understand and we hear what you as a council and what the community say. But again, from the hospital perspective, when you look at the services that's being provided there, there is no gap in services, and there hasn't been for a long time. So it's just important for the council to have that awareness.
Councillor Ryan, you have a question.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh, and I think it's more a comment than a question, and that is when you were talking, Dr. Hoffman, with regards to our hospital and our staff at the hospital being dedicated, and I agree. I mean, I know several people who work there, and they love working there, and I've had the opportunity, I guess, unfortunate opportunity to be in the emergency department a few weeks ago, and boy, I mean, they're just a great staff and great working. So kudos to that. I just want to make a comment going all the way back to the population, and that is, you mentioned about the 13,000, and I know that we have a trading area of much larger than that, and it's like 45,000 is what it's estimated at. And so I'm not sure how they take a look at the population, but you might want to consider that that's a much larger trading area for the town of Olds. It's not just the town of Olds, but quite a few of the other communities around here come into Olds for their doctor appointments. So just a comment on that.
Thank you.
Director Wilson. Councillor Wilson.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh. Just a very general question. Is there any, I appreciate any input from the delegation there, any input, compelling reasons why or why not Olds should pursue a healthcare professional attraction and retention committee? And I know you've touched on some of the challenges that all of Alberta, if not Canada, are facing in terms of physicians, and not only physicians, but healthcare and healthcare workers. So just appreciate any thoughts you may have as to why or why not Olds should entertain a committee.
Well, and Janice could speak to this as well. There are many communities that do have, they don't call it attraction, I mean, it's got different names, but recruitment and retention committees. And so our medical affairs recruiters are happy to connect with any of those committees. I think the difference is it's changed how doctors are recruited. It used to be that the sponsored physicians came from the College of Physicians and Surgeons of Alberta. And a few years ago, they switched that to have all sponsored physicians come over to AHS. And so I think that the communities used to have all these attraction and retention committees to try and lobby to the college about, and getting different recruits. That's not necessary anymore because we're doing the workforce plan across the zone. But and Janice alluded to this before, and this is specific to physicians, but if you have a retention committee, we'd be happy. So for example, with another community, I've reached out and said, could you make me swag bags? When people come through, you know your town the best. What's the best restaurant? Could you give coupons? How do we attract the individuals? Because you have to understand that, as Yaako said, these individuals have choices. And so anybody that's interviewing is likely interviewing for multiple rural communities. It's not one match. And so what the retention committee can really do, or recruitment committee, is they don't need to form to get doctors. They need to form to sort of help us understand what's amazing and incredible about your community that would make the doctors that are applying for the jobs, because I can get the doctors. We've recruited, but there is a shortage, but we have managed to recruit 68 physicians to rural community in the last 2 years. It's unheard of. So we have had a focused, tremendous effort where they're needed. But what I need is the committees to give me the pizzazz around what's amazing about Olds. Go ahead, Janice.
Yeah, that's 68 just in the central zone.
68 just in our area that Janice and I are in charge of, and just to rural central zone. So all the other sort of 28 communities that we deal with, we've been very, very successful, and we will be successful with Olds, but you can help us showcase your community the very best.
Yeah, I can also just echo that. I think that's a phenomenal, work that some of these retraction committees done. I can still remember when I was recruited to Olds, when Mel and Bonnie met me on the highway here and showed me around, and it really does help. With regards to, again, community practice per se, and like I say, this is now me just as a physician hat speaking here. With regards to community practice, the challenges that young physicians face in setting up practice is enormous. And anything that the council can do with regards to setting up practice and helping them establish within the town, having support, having help with daycare, having help with their spouses. Some of the physicians come in with spouses that have different types of professions, and some of them move a long way away from where they actually grew up. Those things definitely help. They definitely help. So I kind of feel that we and Olds are in a position where we're sort of just gradually migrating to going from just rural to urban, like we're in between there. And that makes it kind of difficult to just think about privileges as the only thing that will make physicians come here. I'm not sure if that is still the case. I think that, if we do attract community physicians, we need to figure out some sort of way to make that prospect feasible for them, and to help them with establishing practice, looking at infrastructure, looking at support for their families, and so forth. But yeah, thank you to the council for helping us and entertaining us today as well in your meeting.
That was a nice wrap up, Dr. Hoffman. Council has no more questions, and we'd like to thank you for your time today with us. It's been very helpful and informative. So enjoy the rest of your day. And again, thanks for attending here.
Thanks so much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And we'll probably do up what we heard, summary, and prepare that over the next few days and give it back to you, so that we're sure that we've captured what we thought we heard from you and your questions. And then if anything else occurs to you over the next few days, please feel free to reach out. I think you might have Heather Kipling's contact information. Tracy's one of Heather's colleagues, and we'd be happy to add any additional information that you may need.
Yeah, thank you for that. We look forward to those FQAs.
Great, thank you.
And thanks again, everybody. Good luck with the rest of your meeting.
So how are we doing for times? People need a bio break? Okay, short 5-minute break. You can do that. Mayor Dahl.
Thank you very much, Councillor Walsh, Deputy Mayor. I would like to accept for information the Alberta Health Services Central Zone discussion.
Okay. Thank you for that. All in favor?
Thank you.
That's carried. So we'll recess for 5 minutes. Okay, let's call the meeting back to order. I'm conscious of the time, and I don't want to break last PNP record. So, business arising from the minutes. Is there anything arising out of the minutes for anyone? Not seeing any. We'll move on to bylaws. Nope, we have no bylaws to go. New business. Our CEO, Brent, you have some new business for us.
Indeed. Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh. Strategic plan. The draft strat plan was sent out to council a week or two ago for comment on any changes or in general. Nothing was received, and I think it was generally in line with how the conversation went last month. So the purpose today is to give you another chance, maybe not the final chance, but certainly another chance to add, sorry? To comment, request any changes outside of formatting, which we do have some formatting issues to take care of. To give a little bit of a soliloquy, this plan, of course, is 100% council's, and in my opinion, the cornerstone of your 4-year mandate. But there's one comment I want to offer, which is, it's kind of rhetorical in a sense, but worth repeating, that these plans are only as good as our collective commitment to them. They look really nice formatted with colors and cool fonts. But I think when you pass this, you have to be able to ensure two things: that this will effectively measure the progress, or you'll be able to effectively measure the progress of these 4 goals. As Councillor Wilson is so fond of reminding us, that what gets measured gets done, and this is one of those cases too, that they seem broad in how they're written, but if we're all committed to developing strategies and integrating these goals with our policies, bylaws, service levels, you'll have a much more effective document in 4 years' time when you reflect on it. The second thing, accountability, that both administration and council has to hold itself and us accountable to these goals. For a similar reason, that it's easy to get lost in the weeds in local government. There's always a burning issue of the day, and these plans, if nothing else, serve to remind us that there's bigger issues at play. So that's my rhetorical comments to council. Outside of that, I think these 4 goals are solid. They make a lot of sense. It's what we do next with them. It's going to really define everything else. So yeah, with that, I'll turn it back to Deputy Mayor Walsh for council comments, or lack thereof.
So, do we have comments? Like, this is pretty high level. This needs to be drilled down into a strategy. I guess theoretically, haven't been through one, but the service level review should be tied to these at some point in time. That would be my guess, and how we do that moving forward. But I guess the opportunity is, are any comments, any changes, anything anybody want to make comments on? Mayor Dahl.
From what I understand, I did not receive any feedback, and our Director Lindeman did not receive any feedback, and I had directed this to come back to PNP just to give one more chance to council. We did a really good job at the strategic planning of working this through. So personally, I am happy to move forward with these unless council chooses otherwise.
Councillor Daly.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh. And I would agree with Mayor Dahl. I think we put a lot of thought process into developing these, and as our CAO Williams has indicated, now we need to live by them. And I agree with that. When we get into our service level planning, these are going to be instrumental in our direction going forward, and I have no issues with these whatsoever. Thank you.
Mayor Dahl.
Thank you for sharing that. I'd be happy to put a motion on the floor at this time then.
Go for it.
Okay, thank you. I move that council accept the strategic plan as presented and ask administration to bring forward to our regular council meeting of June 13, 2022 for approval.
Thank you for that. Any last questions? Seeing none, all in favor? Carried. Thank you.
Thank everyone around the table for all your hard work and patience to make these happen.
So moving on, next is a closed session. Item 1, FOIP Section 16, disclosure harmful to business interest of a third party. And item 2 would be a FOIP Section 17, disclosure harmful to personal privacy. So who would make a motion to go in camera?
Can I ask who's to be included in these? Is it on there?
Yeah, okay. Yeah, attendees on item 1 will be CEO Williams and Director Wagstaff.
Yes, if I may, I should probably include Director Linderman as well in the first item. So it was my oversight at first. So there'd be 3 of us for that first item. Thanks.
Thank you. All in favor?
Well, section 2 is attendee just our CEO.
Yes, in section 2, it's CEO William will, do we need 2 motions? No, we're going in camera.
No, we didn't.
1. Yeah, I list both. Okay. So in FOIP, item 2, FOIP Section 17, disclosure harmful to personal privacy, the attendee will be our CAO Williams.
Point of order, did Councillor Daly make a motion? Yes, we do not have a motion on the floor.
Go ahead, now you can go.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor. I move that we move into closed sections for items 1 and 2. FOIP Section 16 for item number 1 with attendees CAO Williams and Director Wagstaff and Director Linderman. Item number 2 under FOIP Section 17, disclosure harmful to personal business. Sorry, I forgot to read the first one. Sorry, Marcy. With attendee being CAO Williams.
Okay. All in favor? That motion's carried.
We just need to add the time.
Okay.
4:43.
So when council goes in,
Now and receive the I love uploading videos of my cat Buttons feeling and the exclusive I love the deal I got on my new hat feeling. Move over, Buttons. There's a new star in town. Right now, get an amazing phone plan with 10 gigabytes for $60 a month. Plus all the sweet member benefits, including discounts on fashion, food, and more. Visit a Virgin Plus store or virginplus.ca for details. Some extra charges apply. It's better to be a member.
spicy is so hot right now at A&W because the Nashville Hot Chicken Sandwich is back. The huge 5-ounce portion of crispy, crunchy chicken breast smothered with a spicy Nashville glaze really brings the heat. And it's got sweet pickles and tangy mayo to round things out just right, all packed into a brioche-style bun. Yes, sirree, this here sandwich is sure to make your taste buds yee-haw! Put a little south in your mouth with the Nashville Hot Chicken Sandwich. Back in town, but not for long at A&W.
With sweet prices on phone plans along with awesome member benefits, get that I love my phone plan feeling with Virgin Plus. Act now and receive the I love uploading videos of my cat buttons feeling and the exclusive I love the deal I got on my new hat feeling. Move over, buttons. There's a new star in town. Right now, get an amazing phone plan with 10 gigabytes for $60 a month. Plus all the sweet member benefits, including discounts on fashion, food, and more. Visit a Virgin Plus store or virginplus.ca for details. Some extra charges apply. It's better to be a member. With sweet prices on phone plans along with awesome member benefits, get that I love my phone plan feeling with Virgin Plus. Act now and receive the I love uploading videos of my cat buttons feeling and the exclusive I love the deal I got on my new hat feeling. Move over, buttons. There's a new star in town. Right now, get an amazing phone plan with 10 gigabytes for $60 a month, plus all the sweet member benefits, including discounts on fashion, food, and more. Visit a Virgin Plus store or virginplus.ca for details. Some extra charges apply. It's better to be a member.
You've heard how much money is being paid for pre-owned vehicles and thought, you want in on that. But how? Sell privately? Yeah, right. People coming to your house, posting ads, negotiating, test drives? No. Bring your vehicle into Cam Clark Ford. Get an on-site appraisal at today's record valuations. If you like the number, sign the registration, then they'll cut you a check and you're done. Yes. Selling? Cam Clark Ford? Yes. The most respected and reputable store in Canmore.
Welcome back, everyone. So, we'll do a rise and report session here for item number 1, our former operations building. Who would like to make that motion?
My mic is dead. Can I borrow your mic? Thank you. Thank you, Deputy Mayor. Item 1, FOIP Section 16, disclosure harmful to business interests of a third party, the former operations building. I move for information. Accept the CAO's report for information. Thank you.
All in favor? That motion is carried. Who would like to address item 2? Councillor Blatz.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor Walsh. I move that we accept FOIP Section 17, item number 2, organizational review for information, and expect it to be brought back at a later date to a council meeting.
Okay.
Or direct administration to bring information back at a later date to a council meeting.
Okay, thank you. All in favor? That motion's carried. Who would like a motion to adjourn? Councillor Ryan? 5:47, we declare the meeting adjourned.